You're watching the People's Television, ABC Amber TV, the voice of Ambazonia. Stay tuned.
Get trained as an IT professional from the comfort of your home. Dynamic Tech Academy gives you a unique opportunity through our 6-month program, during which you learn skills to transition to being a full-time IT professional. Over 80% of our students have no prior IT background, yet the vast majority of them land jobs a month after they start applying. Our ultimate goal is to reach 100% student placement, so we work with every student until he or she gets a job. Upon successful completion of the course, we will give you a resume, interview preps, one-on-one coaching from experienced instructors, and job placement assistance. Within this course, you get more than 300 hours of theories combined with real-world applications and practical skills you can apply on day one on your job. At the end of the program, our students can be certified as Red Hat Systems Administrator, AWS Cloud Engineer, AWS Security Specialist. Visit our website at www.dynamictechacademy.com to register.
Leaders were silent, and some fellow Ambazonians. La République du Cameroon withdrew from the mediated talks put together by the international community led by Switzerland on September last year. Instead of Ambazonians and international stakeholders to hold the international community to task and obliged Mr. Biya to come back to Switzerland, world leaders were silent, and some Ambazonians rejoiced with euphoria. They came to the rescue of La République du Cameroon to help La République find an escape route out of the pressure coming from the international community. Now let me declassify for you what La République du Cameroon told Switzerland during their departure conference call that fateful day in September 2022. They said the reason for their withdrawal from the Swiss-led process was that they would prefer direct dialogue with Ambazonians in furtherance of the resolutions of their so-called Grand National Dialogue of 2019. La République du Cameroon told the Swiss government they see the solution of the conflict within the framework of their Grand National Monologue. They said they had won the war, but for certain pockets of resistance, and saw no need for a mediated settlement. La République du Cameroon invited the Swiss instead to join other friendly countries to support them within the framework of implementation of their Grand National Monologue resolutions. La République du Cameroon declared that they did not want to meet Ambazonians as a separate people, insisting they wanted to solve the problem in the so-called southwest and northwest regions of their country their own way. Then only 2 weeks after La République made this about-face in Switzerland, the Canada charade was put in place. Truthful to their intentions and declaration, La République du Cameroon only engaged the services of Canada to help them convene a private informal meeting. They also hired the services of HD in Switzerland to facilitate with the preparations and bring all the so-called Ambazonian groups to attend the La République du Cameroon sponsored informal talks. Those who went to Canada, whether wittingly or unwittingly, helped La République du Cameroon to cover up their refusal of genuine dialogue with the cloak of counterfeit made in Canada. They helped La République du Cameroon to continue deceiving the international community that something is being done to resolve the conflict when nothing is in place. Yes, you heard me well. There was no mediation process in Canada that came anywhere close to what we had in Switzerland. Canada was hired by the colonial Prime Minister Ngute to facilitate a fishing expedition by corrupt one Cameroon CPDM entrepreneurs. The whole initiative was a facade to bypass a genuine mediated dialogue between both sides. Canada unfortunately accepted to play the role of Grand National Dialogue contractor, which the Swiss had rejected or refused to accept. Truth be told, Canada was not mandated by the bear killer regime to mediate a negotiated solution to the conflict between La République du Cameroun and Ambazonia. No, the government of La République du Cameroun did not give Canada a mandate to replace the Swiss as the new international mediator. That is what the Canadian High Commissioner in Yaoundé then, Mr. Bale, told me. Go now and read the famous Canadian Foreign Minister's web release, and you will agree with me that it was all about restoring peace in the southwest and northwest regions of La République du Cameroun. This is also why I describe the Canada talks as surrender talks. Our shock, however, is seeing how those who only yesterday trashed the Swiss-led process as Swiss cheese are busy celebrating Canada as a step in the right direction. Which direction are they talking about? Yaoundé or Buea? What is it that is right in Canada that was wrong in Switzerland? Let's compare the Cameroon-led process in Canada and the Swiss-led process that we all know. The Cameroon-led process in Canada had one flag and one anthem, and you know which ones. But the Swiss-led process had two flags and two anthems. The Cameroon-led process in Canada was put together by La République du Cameroun government. The Swiss-led process was put together by the international community, led by Switzerland. The Cameroon-led process was about peace in the southwest and northwest regions of La République du Cameroun, while the Swiss-led process was about the southern Cameroon, Ambazonia versus La République du Cameroun. The Cameroon-led process in Canada was bankrolled by Cameroon, while the Swiss-led process was sponsored by Switzerland, Canada, etc. The Cameroon-led process in Canada was endorsed by Canada only, but the Swiss-led process was jointly endorsed by the United Nations, Canada, Switzerland, US, and EU. Fellow Ambazonians, some people can destroy Ambazonia out of ignorance, personal interest, and hate. The true enemies of our freedom are those who cannot tell the truth. They cannot tell right from wrong because they don't want, because of an uncontrolled appetite for cheap fixes or a selfish disregard for the general good. If that is not manipulation, it is surely the height of immorality and corruption in a revolution. How long can a people continue to talk tough on social media, on Facebook, but when it comes to acting decisively, they cut corners and bow secretly to the enemy? Now, somebody should help me explain this to me. Has La République du Cameroun ever made an offer to Southern Cameroon's Ambazonia on how to end this war since 2017? No. But guess who is proposing a federation of two states to us, Ambazonians? Who is proposing a federation of 10 states to us, Ambazonians? Who is proposing a confederation to Ambazonians, Ambazonians? Who is proposing a referendum to us as the way forward or the way out, Ambazonians? Who is in Canada proposing we hold direct secret talks with La République du Cameroun instead of mediated talks, Ambazonians? Who is proposing a ceasefire to our ARFs, Ambazonians? How can the victim who has a chance to obtain justice be the only one proposing frivolous solutions to his criminal captors? Do you think the criminal mind of La République du Cameroun sees that as the victim's increased determination to get justice, or they are thinking we are shopping for surrender outlets. The interim government will not propose any solution to Adaman La République du Cameroon before they agree to meet us for a mediated settlement. That is beginning to smell like begging ourselves to surrender to our adversary. Those Ambazonians proposing referendum to Ambazonians as if they were the messengers of La République. If we adopted the idea amongst ourselves, how will that make an unwilling and ruthless La République du Cameroon leave our country? Can a man make propose a solution to himself and accept it and call that a solution to his adversary? This is like the coward hunter who decides to go back and eat his children at home instead of staying in the wild to hunt for the real trophy. On the question of whether a referendum is good or bad for Amazonia, firstly, ask yourself why the United Nations gave us a plebiscite in 1961 instead of a referendum. It is because we were a free and sovereign people. A plebiscite presupposes we are a free people, not seceding from another country, but free to choose what we want with our freedom. A referendum, on the other hand, presupposes we are part of a whole, trying to break away or secede. Remember, the international community and La République du Cameroon see us as an integral part of that country they call La République du Cameroon. That is why a referendum may make some legal sense to them. And who do you think will organize a referendum on secession in the southwest and northwest regions of Cameroon if it were to happen today? If you think it will be the international community, a third party, or the unrepentant United Nations, then you are making a grave mistake. That's naive. It will be organized by La République du Cameroon, not the international community, not a third party. But who do you think may organize a plebiscite to determine the free choice of the people of the British Southern Cameroon's Ambazonia? It will be the Southern Cameroon's Ambazonia. And the results of a referendum is a foundation law on secession. If we are not seceding from La République du Cameroon, why would we need a referendum? A referendum is easily manipulated by the organizing authority and interested parties. And such a referendum, organized by La République under the present international order, no matter the amount of so-called external observers, shall be another gift to La République. The result of a plebiscite.
If we are not seeking to secede from a La République du Cameroon, you've heard it all from the horse's own mouth, why should we request, plead, beg, and kneel for a referendum? Well, you've heard it from the Commander-in-Chief himself, the horse's own mouth. He's giving to you a testimony of his discussions at high levels and the plan of Cameroon, trying to subscribe their contractors and to dissuade us from a just cause, our path that is properly defined. Right after this break, I'll be back to ignite the discussion.
Wisdom for the Ambazonian Quest with Bridget Muyang Fielding. Wisdom is the principal thing, therefore get wisdom, and with all thy getting, get understanding. King Solomon, Proverbs 4:7, KJV.
And if any man think that he knoweth anything, he knoweth nothing, yet as he ought to know. Apostle Paul, 1 Corinthians 8 verse 2.
We are only as wise as our awareness of our ignorance. The only true wisdom is knowing you know nothing. Socrates/Plato. This wisdom is the altar of humility and success.
There is no wisdom for a nation at war to sink its own gunboat. It weakens diplomacy, is tantamount to capitulation and defeat. That is exactly what some so-called Amazonian leaders have done.
asking fighters to keep low for whatever reason. This is surrender wisdom, and it has delayed progress for 2 years. Bridget Muyang Fielding.
Welcome back, fellow Amazonians, ladies and gentlemen. It is 6:30 p.m. in Munya, in Mutengene, in Abakwa, in Manyu, and all over the national territory of Amazonia. And we are here, exclusive discussion with Paddy King. With me on this panel, I have the Secretary of State for Special Operation and Defense in the interim government, that's Sylvester Zama, who will be talking to us specifically on what they are doing to ensure that our defense forces will implement the laws by the interim government and to ensure that the 11th of February, organized by the oppressor, is not manifested in our national territory. We also have Barrister Tim, Barrister Fru. They are both here also to analyze the president's speech that you heard yesterday. It was delivered, a portion of it was delivered on Thursday. And we thought, because of the importance, because of the message that we wish to communicate to the international community, it will be imperative to dig deep, crack open, and simplify it, provide it to our people in the most soluble form that they can easily absorb, understand, and be refocused as we are determined to go to Boya and only Boya. But before that, you'll be surprised. In fact, I am disappointed in myself that I would have to come to debunk once again the person I call the buffoon on stage with a mic. This is Chris Ann, who is attempting to recycle his old methods of lies. Chris Anno is attempting to recycle. This time he picks one of his side chicks by name Mami something, is it Franca, whatever, whoever he calls it. It would appear that he is so interested in such vulgar women, free women, useless women who accept to do dirty jobs. The last time we knew it, he picked a mad woman somewhere in the United States of America to purport or claim that she knows the president. And it ended up that that was all concoctions of mean, childish lies. This time again, Mr. Anu would bribe one of his side chicks. I don't know what he uses to flatter them, because in as much as we are aware he's a broke guy, he would bribe one of his side chicks by name Mami, Franca, or whatever, to come and give a falsehood testimony. Why do I call her? The Bible calls such women strange women. Women who will consciously accept to say what they know is not true. I'm not insulting her. I'm just describing what she is. You know, by their fruits you shall know them. If a woman chooses to come out on a platform to say something that she knows is not true from a person like Chris Anno, what sort of woman is that? That's a strange woman. That's the only way you can describe it. No virtuous woman does such dirty jobs. I will not make a comment yet until you listen to it yourself.
Hello, Ma Franca. Your voice cannot be hidden.
Thank you for the show, sir. I just want to say something about the Ndub road being blocked for almost 3 months now.
Okay.
Sagon, who is blocking that road, works directly with Sako. So I want Ambazonians to know that Sako is wicked. Sako is punishing our civilians in Ndub for nothing. Sagon gets instructions from Sako, and Sako can tell him to stop, to open that road today, and he will do it. So please, Ambazonians, Sako is the one blocking that road, punishing our civilians. That's all I want to say. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. You speak like an insider who knows what is going on there.
Yes, I know. Sagon gets information from Sako, and Sako is out to punish our civilians. Sako has instructed the fighters in Bui, who were worshiping him like God, to take a break from fighting. Sako also told his supporters in his cabinet to take a break from fighting. presidential Mercedes. So
Oh,
he got what he wanted from the struggle, and he's out to kill and punish as civilians. He is the one instructing that bastard, that monster, to punish our civilians. Thank you.
all right. Thank you. Let's hope that the presidential Mercedes goes to work and get that road open in Tarh. But I would say this. I would say this to civilians in Tarh. In Tarh, people, organize yourselves. Organize yourselves. Get on that road. Let them shoot you down and let us see.
Did you hear that? Now, Anus is aware. Please, I'm begging the panelists to give me 2 minutes. I'm bringing them. They're already waiting. But I want to make this analysis. There are 3 things I like to say. He is aware that Sargon is doing what he and his brother failed to do before he plotted and had him killed for more than 2 years. He's very much aware. But since he's a contractor that a lot of people are now saying, and yeah, one of his girlfriends, Reverend Asom, is also currently affirming to that and has resigned from his group. We said it, and a lot of people wanted to see before they believe. He knows that what is happening in Gorketunja right now, the civilian population is not complaining, but Yaoundé is crying. And he uses the methods we know already. He can do that to fools, not to me, not to some of you. He picks one of his victims and tells them, come and talk like this so that I can make a comment. And this time he picks one of his side chicks, a strange woman that I don't know if she's a mother, but will accept to do such a dirty job, to come on air and say nasty things. But where I want to focus, because Sylvester Zama will talk on what is happening in Gorketunja in details, where I want to focus is the presidential Mercedes. You see, I've told you times over that Anus is a primitive man. He's a very primitive man. He is also a very jealous man. The first thing Ambazonians will have to know to disprove him now, they said, they used Nanchop to say the president was swindling funds, which meant that the president had access into the accounts and could swindle funds, right? How then did they block the accounts and disrespect the requisition of the president and finally went away with almost $200,000? I was telling the interim government that take these guys to court because this is not a case that I need a lawyer to win them in court. You don't need a lawyer. President Sako had a possibility of swindling funds, but you had control of the funds. He sent requisitions to you and you did not respect. Richard Tangu, more than a month or 2 before they went away with $200,000 from the National Treasury, they were not respecting the requisition. Coopers, we click with Richard Tangu, were not respecting requisition of the president. They don't even know how to lie. Today they are in court for stealing the money. That's on one side. More than $50,000 that was raised not by Coopers. At the time, Chris Anu had told people on his platform not to donate. That money was raised one night and Coopers went away with it. Again, that's on one side. If you want to believe them, then it is unfortunate we cannot deliver you from this darkness. Right now, as we speak, because of protocols of the government, the president does not control accounts. It is his style. He never controlled any account in the days of Tabanyang, and Tabanyang also lied. But when the audit came out, some tribalists like Eric Tatotano denied saying what was in it. Or should I say, I don't know what to describe them. Now, Richard Tango is trying to beg when he is in court after stealing. Now, he is his own evidence against himself. The requisitions that he rejected only falls flat and defies logic. How can somebody steal money that you're in control? Now, if the president, I'm concluding here to bring the panelists, the car the president has been 2 years. If the government or cabinet bought a car for the president, Chris Anu, as a member of cabinet, should have known before this his girlfriend that came and testified on his platform, true or false? Should have known it. Richard Tango, who receives the money, as I speak to you right now, maybe I should reveal this information to you. Every donation you give right now, you have Ma Victorine, Madame Irene, and Nijo. They are the ones who know. The president doesn't even know. He has to call them and ask them, what do you have? Because we need to sponsor this project. He doesn't even know it. How do we educate Ambazonians to be delivered away from the buffoonery of Chris Anu? And you still have a few tens of people really watching and believing that. I received calls from the home front yesterday a couple of times because of this stupidity. That's why I decided I was going to talk about it. Tell Chris Anu that he was a cabinet member at the time President Sako got for himself a car. Since he's a doorman, he doesn't know how to make money. He's a broke guy. And he knows that what he is about to say is not true. He would rather get others to come and say nonsense. This is the same guy who told you that President Sako has embezzled and is embezzled, and came back on the same platform to tell you a few days that everything he said, he doesn't have evidence. Today, some of his friends are now affirming that he is the thief that has been stealing with Egiawan. The story of Egiawan, I'll talk about it some other time. Right now, I want to invite, I know they have been patient. Bear with me as I invite the panelists on board. Good evening, gentlemen. Thank you for coming. You're welcome. We have approximately 90 minutes to have this discussion. It's important. Perhaps you all want to greet Ambazonians and to react. I'm sure you've heard that audio and video before now. Maybe you want to react to it. You can react to it very briefly. Let's get into something really serious. Thank you. I'll start with you, Barrister Tim Bisea.
Thank you for having us once more. I think, again, this is going to be an educational debate. It's going to be factual, educational, with the hope that we believe people who still have reasonable faculties can learn from it. We nurse no hatred against anybody. We nurse only one aim, to have people properly educated, so that when you make informed choices, when they say informed choices, they mean choices based on some basic information. Before you head to the east, you know that the wind is blowing the opposite way. If we go to the west, you know where the current is going. So as far as I'm concerned, it's going to be very educational, it's going to be factual, it's going to be clear for everybody to understand. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Barrister Fru, please.
Thank you, Paddy, for inviting us once more. I will say that these are a group of robbers. These are robbers that orchestrated a robbery operation on the account of the struggle. And these are robbers that are in court in Maryland. They will cough up all that money that they stole from us. Let me say this, Paddy. All of us, everybody in the interim government, look at my age. I'm still working. I'm still pulling trash in order to live. Every one of us is working. Dr. Sako is one of those who have suffered for this revolution without a salary. Ayuktabe was making $6,000 a month. His wife was making $3,000. I mean, well, I don't know whether his wife, but some imaginary vice president was making $3,000 a month, and Ayuktabe was taking $9,000 from the struggles coffers. Sako is not on any salary that this cabinet that I belong is paying him. Sako has never been bought a car by this government, this interim government. Sako struggles with his wife and children. The wife works day and night. He too is a financial analyst, and he makes a little bit of money, and to keep the family going. I don't know how wicked these people can be. You claim do you know a used car that Sako got? Is that what is worrying you? Sako bought that used car from his pocket. And everybody, if you don't have a car here, you cannot function normally. And you will sit there with your big mouth and call a prostitute to come and tell us all kinds of rubbish. Look, I want at one time I will say what I don't want to say. Look, Paddy, we should stop talking about this idiot because we are making him popular. We are putting him where he does not belong. Everybody, all the others are running away from that his group. They have started. The rats are leaving the sheep as we speak.
Yeah, they actually, some of them are realizing that. Some of them are realizing faster than I thought that he is actually not gearing towards Boya. Listen, we are not just fabricating this. Chris Anu said it, that we should take federation now and wait till like 20 years to start fighting when we can buy guns. So he is a man who was very interested on his platform, not really having a heart for this struggle. SOS, you're welcome once again.
Thank you for having me. And thank you for letting us talk to the viewers back home. I think these stories have far exceeded their lifespan. These stories have expired. I think we should ignore this thing. We should not be interesting ourselves who has whose underwear in whose bedroom. Whatever Chris is doing, the people of Ambazonia understand that he is not with the program and he's been ignored. I think we are resurrecting him and giving him some emphasis and giving him some leverage to use. I think the best way to do this thing is to ignore what he does. The people have understood for how many months that he said he had millionaire funders that could fund the war. He took off, and all they've collected in their group was $3,000. $3,000 is what this IG does in 20 minutes. But he's done that in all the time. They've not done anything on ground. The people on the ground understand. They understand the politics, and they understand the intrigue that's been going on in the diaspora. And they are no party to that. And so we should just stop avoiding and giving him more credence that he doesn't. He does not merit all the time we have. I think as an outfit in this fight, we should use it to propagate any better information that our people need. Crisano has been a no-entity in this struggle after he decided to do what he's done. He held us back for close to a year and a half, and all the momentum we had, he deflated that. We are not going to play that stupid game this time. Let's move on with the issues of Ambazonia. And I think that's where we ought to address our stuff. Everybody who has a feeling about Dr. Sako has it. They've decided to use him as a canary, as a culprit. That's not even having any support of evidence. All of them are complaining, okay, they don't have evidence. APA is saying that they don't have no evidence. Sama Thomas is coming back. Asong is coming back and saying all these things. Let's just forget. At the end of the day, a ripe pear will fall off the tree when it comes time for that. And I think we should move on and let Ambazonia know what is in the near future and what are the dangers that's lurking by their side. Cristiano is not one of them.
Let
Thank you
me
very
add,
much.
that the Ndop road will remain closed. It will remain closed as long as Field Marshal Sargon has ordered it for security reasons of Ambazonians. And the Ndop population, the whole of Ngokutinja is not complaining. Why is Cristiano complaining? What is his business in Ndop? What is his business in Ngokutinja? That road will remain closed as long as Field Marshal Sargon has decided that is the way it's going to be.
Just so I put a final note on this discussion, the purpose, you see, HOS Sylvester Zama has placed a nail, has leveled the ground for us to start the real thing for the discussion of tonight. We will do this president's speech analysis to bring some things into your remembrance towards the end, but we're going to get into the discussion proper. I just want to put the last nail. Sometimes it's important to pray. For those who believe in prayer, it's important to pray. Some days ago, these same individuals gathered themselves and went on the media aggressively and said the president was a thief. A few days later, some of them came and said they had no evidence. The president came out with me and said, okay, I'm ready to take responsibility for my crimes. I just want you to pen them down, put them, and let's move on from there. They understood the danger that was involved in them because they knew they were lying. The same thing we have this man came. I'll just give you the floor. Just give me a few minutes. Coming again to recycle the same strategy, the exact same thing that he has been doing, fabricating stories and calling third parties, getting them involved, just so he can manipulate one. And look at the technicality of the video. The video was not aimed at President Sarko's car. That's why we are here today. It was not aimed at anybody taking. It was aimed at destabilizing Ngokutunja, because how did he conclude? That the civilian population and fools will listen to it and feel that he likes them. He's really concerned. If Chris Ano is concerned about you, he's not going to advocate for a referendum. He will not even work with Cameroon to bring normalcy. So
I am on the edge. We'll call it later.
Another strategy to do the thing that Yaoundé subscribed him to do. That's why we're here, not to talk about the car. I just had to use that to water the ground so that you can get to have this sink in you. Yes, Vice Team, please, you wanted to add something.
Yeah, thank you. I had not made a comment on what you said because I thought it was just an introduction. But let me say this. Because we are being watched from home front, we are being watched by followers of Cristiano and others. Let this lesson go back home. Can someone believe in Mr. Cristiano anymore? Listen to me carefully. I'm sure not. I'm not saying this because I hate him. I'm not saying this because I fabricate evidence. You mentioned something early this morning. We got a letter, a document by a certain Christian Asson, an insider with us, then an insider with Cristiano, resigning from her position as security chief. But that letter is not important. If you already read that letter, you will not understand. We're not discussing it because she's of any value. But she produced also an audio to accompany the written document. What she said in the audio is what is relevant to us now and for Anu's followers everywhere. She said, amongst other things, that Anu scammed the IG of $185,000. She said it, the audio is still there. That when they went on their special mission to meet the same scammers, they asked Anu, do you have any evidence that he gave money to these people? Anu did not have. That's Christian Jackson saying. She went further to say, Anu looked for another scammer in Muyoka who scammed them of $8,000 and disappeared, introduced to them by Mr. Chris Anu. And so, do we have anything to believe in Chris Anu? If Christian Jackson, we know her role, what she played to destroy this IG. We know what the role she played to bring up Chris Anu. Then, if she is saying this with her own voice, can any of Chris Anu's unbelievers still believe in him? Can anybody reasonably still believe in this gentleman? Last week, we were discussing this thing, and Agwambala came out with some statement, what you call similar fact evidence, a repetition of what you have done in the past. If this evidence is put there, because we have always had this problem, oh no, nobody scammed me off 135,000. Yes, it is said they did it. And Christian Jackson even went to the ground, according to her, to see those people whom, according to her, had even sent some fighters to come and die, 3 or so. And they went to home from wherever they went to and spent $15,000 for that journey, which is proud to say, well, we spent it. Where's the evidence? So anyway, what she says about Mr. Chris Anu and the $135,000, which she openly says that it was a scam between Chris Anu and Igiawan. They were the same people that they sent them to them. It was the same Chris Anu who looked for this scammer in Muyuka, where they scammed the BLM of $8,000. This is Chris Anu, this is Christian Jackson, in her own words. Are we making it up? No. Is it relevant? No. But this information is relevant to those people who defend him blindly. We don't even care about that Franca woman. That Franca woman is a non-entity. She can say anything. For example, all of us know as a fact, maybe Sako took some money, but all of us know that Sako never wrote a Mercedes car. He don't write a Mercedes car in the dark. The IG never bought any car for him. All of us know that one.
We
Even
know
Christian
that
will know that
the cabinet did not buy any Mercedes car for him. So, because if
he
they
doesn't
bought
even
it,
write a Mercedes
Mr.
car.
Tango would have
Never
used
do
that to sabotage him.
Yeah,
Because
we didn't even buy
the
one,
car
and he doesn't write a
today
Mercedes
has
car.
been for 2 years. So at that
Yes,
time,
and so
Richard Tango was Secretary of State. He was the one in control of money.
So, Mr. Christian himself, you know, he has met, before he became a rebel, he met the president many times. He never saw him drive a Mercedes car. So, so what is this woman talking about? So I think, as the Secretary of State has just said, I think there are history. But if something comes out like what Christian Jackson has said in her dying days, because that's what we call in law dying declarations. When you are dying, I say something, we take it serious because you're not coming back to revive it. Christian Jackson is not coming back to Anu's sham government. She's not coming back to join us. She's dead politically. And therefore, her declarations are important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we need to start the real talk. There is an accusation that the interim government is victimizing our oppressed peoples. And the right person to begin that talk with us on this panel is you, Sylvester Zama. You have to tell us why have you and your government and your department, in alliance with the restoration forces, choosing to victimize our people? Be precise, especially the Ngokitunja Bui axis. I'll ask you specific questions, but you need to brief the public of what is happening.
I think people have to understand that in a war effort, it's a collective effort. I don't think anybody is being victimized because we are not killing our civilians. We are blocking those roads for the barbarians who are using those roads and using civilians as a shield to get access to areas that we control. People have to understand that all the quirks that people come up with, like people I know and all this group saying about this, Marshal Sargon is doing this or that. Well, the people of Ngoketunja are not uprising against him. He knows what the people want. He did that basically to protect his population. We are responsive to our citizens in that area. And look at the number of people who died in other LGAs. That number has not even come close in Ngoketunja because they are defending their positions ferociously. And they've blocked all this road that La Republique does not really have any entrance ways into that area without them noticing them. That's why all their vehicles are being blown left and right in Ngoketunja. For this woman or lady to call and say, "Oh, the people should get up and revolt," who better to tell them than those who are wearing the shoes? They are the ones who are getting the bullets from those barbarians who come in from Yaoundé every day. Now they've stopped that; they've curtailed that rate of killing in Ngoketunja. So I don't see any reason why anybody is saying that they should do. Well, there are about 4 bridges in that area that people they could blow it, but we don't do that because those are dual use. Civilians use it and military use it. We are not going to do that until it's an imperative that we have to do it. But at the end of the day, our soldiers will stay firm. We will believe in our soldiers who are on the ground. Our ARFs, if they make that decision, we will abide by it. We will follow them. They are the ones who are on the floor, on the ground, and they are making those decisions based on their immediate threats and present dangers that they face. Somebody who is sitting somewhere far away from the front line cannot make those decisions. I cannot make those decisions. We make a broad-based decision and say, okay, this is the goal that we have to do. You guys apply it and see how we can get to that goal. And they are doing what they are doing. They are doing, I think, exceptionally well. That axis has killed a lot of marketing forces in La Republique because it carries a lot of food. We cannot keep feeding the mouth that bites our finger. And that is going to give them a little time to rethink this fight in Amazonia. And if we have to destroy all the bridges to keep our soldiers safe, to keep our community safe, we will do just that. And nobody is going to come tell us that people are suffering. It doesn't make no sense. Would you take poison, one massive dose of poison, and die immediately, or die in small doses every day and you will still have to die? I think I'll take one massive dose and die rather than to take 50 million doses and still die. We have to be understanding about that process.
Now, you are affirming to the people of Ambazonia today that as it stands, the Ambazonian Restoration Forces have been able to bring order in their own terms in that axis. Is that what you're affirming? For a while now, they have been able to do that.
Yes, if you look at the assassinations that's going on, our civilians are not being killed. Our people in that area are much more in a safe haven than they were before. And I think a lot of communities it's something that we have to replicate, because sometimes we try these little models in small communities and see how it comes, and then we replicate it all over. And I think we're going to roll that out all over. We started with the blockade of food going into La Republique, and we're going to see how that goes and see what we can do. And I think it's a good model to follow because it put a squeeze on another dimension without shooting bullets, without costing us a lot, to fight this enemy that's so pernicious.
Yeah, I said that to say this, so that I need to see where Gute is, and Cameroon contractors and CDN contractors, the unionists and federalists who want the world to believe that the war is ending, for them to know that we are getting and bringing back firepower on the ground faster than they even thought. And now we saw Faith Chris Arnold trying to recycle his old way, thinking that he could make some gains. Now, coming to you, the legal minds, what are the legal implications of the recent actions that have just been actualized at the home front? Barrister Tim, you want to take the lead?
Well, I think from the SOS, you see, there are a few things that people don't understand. War has consequences. Either you are killed under crossfire or you suffer extraordinary hard because of war brought to you, or the war you cause yourself. You see, that man is not even alone. There's a forum there all the time. They call it International Town Hall Conference for Ambazonia. They hold once a week. I've been there once. And their whole focus is on the suffering of the people. They seem to say, oh no, people are suffering in Bamanda when you block the Nigeria highway. People are suffering if you don't let things come from Bafusam or Bunda. Well, they are suffering because they are still alive. What if they were already dead? The dead don't suffer. And let me say this for the record. I come from the BLM in 2019, 2020, 2021. I don't imagine any county that suffered more than the BLM when the Red Dragons was at the peak. The area itself is so difficult even to get there. Women were living in the forest. They never called for the end of the war because of that. People had nothing to eat. I had brothers and sisters who were wounded. They died because they could not carry them into a dispensary. That was consequence of war. The BLM did not give up. They didn't say, well, since our women are living in the forest, our people are dying, let the war end. No, it will not end. Why is Ndop so important to this woman? Maybe she comes from there. But if she had been a relative to Mahapi or to Florence Ayafo, who are all dead, or to Duche Nkumba, the issue of people suffering will not even arise in her mind because these people will never be resurrected. So legally and practically, war has consequences. Our people are suffering. One of those enemies, Francophone, who are coming to us and dying, you think they go back home dancing? We saw them crying for their own children. So to think that you are going to have the glorious days during war is a lie. The glorious days are ahead. What the AROFs are doing is the best in the circumstances. And so there's no way to discourage them from doing it. They are not pieces of sticks. If they are doing that in DOP, they are DOP children. That's what is LGA by LGA. They are from that Ngokotunja. They know the families. They know their area very, very well. They have no reason to bring suffering on their people, the rebellion. No. They are not children imported from Fako or imported from Mezam. So to say that they are doing it because they are people, no. If people are dying, if people are hungry, they are their brothers, they are their mothers, they are their fathers. So that woman or whoever has no reason to go saying that. Our ARFs know what they are doing. They know what is suffering. They are on the forefront. They are the first victims of the suffering. Some of them are married, and they have left their children and their wives, and they're in the bushes. What other suffering do you expect more than that? Thank you.
Yeah, Pastor Fru, please. I know
Yes.
you've been waiting to react about that.
The last time we met, we talked about the illegal trespass of one nation into another nation. I'm not a military man, but let me say this. This year is a year of acceleration. Ngokutunja will do everything to take over Ngokutunja and keep it. No administrator, no military man should contemplate entering Ngokutunja or living there. Same thing with Bui. They will take it and keep it. Same thing with Donga Manto. I like to take this opportunity to congratulate our restoration forces also in Donga Manto for what they did yesterday. If I don't know whether all of us saw the pictures, there is nobody will attempt to carry food through Ndonga Manto to go to La République du Cameroon. It's all over. That is the beginning of taking territory and keeping it. And also, Manu is any La République forces that wants to try us. Let him drive through Manu as we speak. Because Manu is a no-go area for La République du Cameroon forces. And it's no-go area for any food leaving Manu to anywhere other than Nigeria or Mamfe itself to feed our people. The same thing goes to all the LGAs. Our year of acceleration is to make sure we take territory and keep it. If Chris Anu has, as a contractor for La République du Cameroon, thinks that he can unblock the roads so that La Republic can zoom in, he has something coming. He has something coming. Libya Lem is a no-go area, even now that they claim that they have destroyed the Red Dragons. Look, Field Marshal in Libya Lem might have gone. But let me tell you, the Red Dragons still keep the arms. Those boys still have the arms. That's why La Republic will not make the mistake of entering Libya Lem as freely as they did before the war. What does that mean? That our forces in Libya Lem should be working towards taking over Libya Lem and keeping it. And that is what is the objective for this year's acceleration. And I'd like to again congratulate Field Marshal Sagon for the work he is doing in Gokutunja. And as I said when we started, that road, that axis from Bamenda to Gokutunja and to Bui, in collaboration with Bui, they have blocked the road. La Republic cannot enter any of those two counties through that road without not being seen. And that is what is happening. It is a takeover of our territory. It is happening right now. Chris Anu can go jump into the sea.
So from what you're trying to say is, if I understand you very clearly, you're saying that contractors of John Gute and Bankwi, like Chris Anu, are uncomfortable that the Ambazonian Restoration Forces are regaining momentum. Am I correct?
Correct.
Ambazonians, we are not just making lip service here to entice anybody. The Ambazonian Restoration Forces are doing, we have compiled a lot of these videos, and tonight we're undaunted at exactly 8 p.m. We may steal a few minutes into their time because we started a little bit late. You will enjoy the videos, but just so we spice this show, watch this.
Now they see, as soon as they see Nanjama this way, we don't hold on. If they go Douala Yaoundé, now they see them now. If they go Douala, when I don't see them, yeah, more they wanna I look up. So they don't deny some more. They know they go feed the people. They can't kill. Me that the chop can't kill it. They're not the year. This one are for buy me so. So I will say I want start work no. I don't start them. When I see them no. Yeah, when I see them no. Yeah. When I see them, they go Yaoundé. We don't take them. We go tear them. Emma for pig. Oh, foul. That's the one way they don't put them for road. Tear them. They don't tear them. Throw them for road. Now it is. Now they see them. They don't tear them. Throw them for road. Now it is. They go Yaoundé and Douala. Now see them now. So now they only brought the talk. Now they talk plenty. They do not action. Town.
So people wait a day Yaoundé and Douala where they want chop country Njama because that one way there for Yaoundé and Douala na some kind of leaf. People wait on they know it's with that one mean. If you want chop country Njama, come back home and enjoy it. But then there are, naysayers always have something to say. They want to conscientize us, emotionally blackmail us, that we are trying to restrict an economic source for our civilian population. Now, Secretary Zama, I'm coming back to you with this. As you strategize, I know drafting is starting. There is a new strategy for the draft begins mid this month, and it's very strategic. You understand the strategy better than myself. As you guys are strategizing to ensure economic sabotage, have you been able to factor out how you will help our people that are mostly living from their farm produce to be able to connect them with Nigeria, where they have a bigger market than French Cameroon? And that's the truth that no media in Cameroon is willing to say. How will you people coordinate that? Is there any structure for that? Or how do we intend to do that? Because at the end of the day, these people need a livelihood as we fight the war.
At the end of the day, what do we need money for? To buy food, housing, and health. Those are the three things. We have all those three things in our communities. We do not really need an exchange with La Republique to do that. When you say we might, people will obviously look where the market is. They are just using the La Republique market because it's close. But if they have to take their products to Nigeria, that's what used to happen in the 70s and the early 60s. My grandfather used to travel from Santa all the way to Nigeria. My grandfather and his brother used to take kola nut all the way to Yola. And they did that on foot. The market in East Cameroon was not developed at that point. So let's give our people some props because they are much more intelligent than we give them. We give them that expectation. They do. Market forces will work in the market. If they cannot find a buyer in the east, they'll go to Nigeria. We just want to shut the spigot of food going to East Cameroon, and that is going to increase their prices. That increases their prices. It puts an internal pressure on them to do stuff. Of course, they just increase their prices on gasoline and other material, taxes and all whatnot. At the end of the day, there will be a tipping point where those prices would not be able to be supported by the population and what the revenue of the state. And that's when an internal conflict will come in, and we will walk away from these people like we wanted all along. We should not bother ourselves worrying about these products. For now, our people are not feeding on roaches, they are not feeding on rats, they are not feeding on their dogs. We have food, and our people are healthy enough. We should give them an idea. They will be able to look where those market forces are, and they'll look for the weaknesses in those systems. And if they have to take their food to Nigeria, they will do that. And that's where we are encouraging them to take their food to Nigeria. If we cannot consume it internally within us, let them take it to Nigeria. Nigeria has a larger market and a hungrier population. Right now in Nigeria, there are strikes because the cost of food is so expensive. We can provide that food.
Yeah, we have always been described. I'm talking about the Southern Cameroon's Ambazonia today has always been described as the breadbasket of that sub-African region. I'm talking about Central Africa. And I've done business within the Enugu Highway. For those of you who are not aware that the Bamenda Ekok Road is officially known internationally as the Enugu Highway, that just to tell you something about our historicity and legality. The Enugu Highway, when it was just done, boosted the economy of Bamenda and Southern Cameroon tremendously. Yaoundé felt the impact, and they had to lobby the Buhari government to block any business or free trade between the peoples of the former British Southern Cameroon, Ambazonia, and Nigeria. This is something, as we gain ascendance with the military, we need to restore. But then I want to ask you, the lawyers, what do you think this strategy that has been effective for the month of January, what can we achieve with it in short term? Because long term, it might not be sustainable. As we prosecute,
yes, can I answer that?
Maybe both of you can interchangeably answer it. Maybe
before I say that, I would like to send a message to the Santa people. Santa produces a lot of Irish potatoes and good vegetables, and they are
very good.
They are sending these vegetables to Yaoundé. This potatoes. Please, it is shorter to take this food into Nigeria through a cock than to take it to Yaoundé. Therefore, I am calling on Santa to get up and change route. Take the food through Bamenda down to the Enugu Highway that leads from Bamenda right to Ekok, and you will sell at a very good price. we will now be trading with Nigeria as a trading partner than to trade with our enemies. Our enemy, just what they do is that they buy food, eat, and then have the strength to come and kill us. Not anymore. I am also sending this message to those who are trading in Monya, who are buying the food, because the southern zone is a bread basket for all of the western province and littoral, because our soil is fertile. Monya produces a lot of food, and Monya is feeding. I used to live in Bonaberi. Monya feeds all of Douala, passing through Bonaberi into Douala and so on and so forth. Not anymore.
No, let us just think. You get when you go towards Bafo, Ekiliwindi, as you're going towards Kumba, you have huge plantations there, banana
Yes.
and everything, cocoa. And the sad part of it is, I noticed when I got into some trades at some time, I realized that our farmers really don't make the money that the demarcheurs, I'm calling the middlemen in Douala, that come to buy, to sell in Sanaga market, they make. That is the sad part of it. And the system is so criminal. They come to the farms and they buy a bunch of plantain for 750 francs CFA. That is back then. I cannot attest the current prices now. And the farms, by the time they take this plantain into Douala, that same bunch is 7,000. How
That is
on
what I'm
earth
saying.
is
That's
that
what I'm
possible?
saying, Paddy.
They have
That's
not
what
done
I'm saying.
anywhere.
That's what I'm saying. And for our cocoa and cash crop producers in Meme and Dian, you have a ready market in Nigeria. You can also ship your cocoa to Europe or to anywhere through Nigeria, including coffee. You can ship it through Nigeria. You don't need La Republique to trade or to take your products and ship to Europe and make good money for themselves, while you, the farmers in Kumba, you are suffering. Look, Paddy, we illegally we cannot trade with the enemy. We cannot trade with the enemy. We cannot feed the enemy. We should now
So
channel our products to Nigeria, and if possible, we can ship from Victoria to Gabon and sell, rather than go through La Republique du Cameroon. La Republique is an enemy.
From Limbe, from Victoria, you can actually sell through Edinal to Equatorial
Yes.
Guinea. Those who have
To
their boats
Equatorial Guinea and to Gabon.
Equatorial Guinea, in less than an hour from Victoria, you can go to Equatorial Guinea. Those are markets.
Exactly.
So we should start severing ties. It takes boldness. It takes the audacity that we took from 2016 to tell the Franco-Cameroon hegemony that we are capable of restoring our dignity. Barrister Team.
I think the Secretary of State is a man of few words, but he says a few words that have a lot of meaning. You see, it's not everybody in Ambazonia, every community that shares a boundary with Nigeria. No. Very few communities share boundaries with Nigeria where they can carry things and go there. But somebody in Bamenda town, for example, or Kumba, who wish to trade with Nigeria, they know how to do it. They will do it. And he asked a question, the Secretary of State, what do we even need money for? If it is to buy food, if to buy this, to buy that, then we can do without it. I think those are few ways that have a lot of meaning. Then Mr. Barasanso has said something which I wanted to expand on. He said, we are so much dealing with jama, cassava, whatever thing, that is consumable goods. The bulk of the people, if not every single farmer in Fako, in Meme, in Dian, in Manyu, who grows cocoa, who grows coffee, they are sent to Douala. And so, can they stop it? Of course they must stop. Coffee is not a perishable crop. If you cannot go to Nigeria, keep it in the house. It will not finish. It will not just get rotten after 5 years. It will be there. Stockpile it. We used to buy those things and keep in warehouses and just ship them for many years. Keep it there. And so, before I end that, you had asked us a question: what was the legality of this thing? We have seen how the enemy changes tactics. They have learned to ride motorcycles. They have learned to hide in trucks, which are carrying food. They have learned to provide security for civilian vehicles. Those are all legitimate military places to attack. Because you see that in carrying Yama Yama, he might have a plaincloth policeman sitting inside there to protect it. So if they are attacked, it's not that they hate the people. No. The enemy has used that trick to attack us. And again, people in Gokotunja, people in Bui, wherever, they are people of the area. They know what is good for the community. If they say, don't go and say a Jama Jama to somebody in Douala, why do you think that you know that more than them? That injunction goes to their own mother, to their own father, to their own sons who are growing in that place. So why don't you just take this simple order, stay home with your goods, don't supply the enemy, because we're at war. If you are taking food to go and feed the enemy, that is a legitimate military target, because he will not come to fight you if you didn't have the force to come and fight. I mean, just ordinary physical force. You must feed, you must eat. If you are secretly providing gari, cassava, to military guys in the military camp in Manfe or somewhere even in Mamanda, you are a legitimate military target. It can be brought down. And so, that it is, as I've just said, everybody who knows Muya market used to hold on Sundays. It is still holding on Sundays. It's the largest market I can imagine in the whole of Fako. Traders came all the way from Central African Republic, Gabon, and all those countries to buy stuff from Muya market. What if we stop it? And we are going to stop it. Would the coffee, would the Gary woman making in Boya or Moyoka just die because he didn't sell Gary to these people? No. What do you need money for, as the secretary asked? We need this money to exchange goods. But you must take it as a fact that foregoing some of those privileges is part of the sacrifice you make for war. We just have to forego some of those things until such a time that is convenient. If you have coffee, I've said, stock your coffee in the house. I remember in the West Cameroon government days, they bought cocoa and stocked it. They never shipped it for years. Just recently, Dampulo, who purportedly bought CDC, stocked tea for more than a year. They didn't ship it until the market was better for them to ship it. So we can stock those economic things as a sacrifice for the war. No Ambazonian soldier is coming to tell you not to go to your farm, to farm your cocoa or your coffee or whatever thing you're doing. But stock the goods. The time will come where you sell it at twice the price. Are the Americans importing wheat from Ukraine as we speak? No. They are at war with Ukraine. They're not going to buy their wheat. And so that's a good example of what we should learn from.
And that's something very instrumental, because Biden was strict in that policy. We were following the news last year, day by day, day after day. And Biden was unapologetic when he thought that business with Russia should stop, especially when it comes to do with oil. I come back to you, Secretary Zama, on this issue of strategy. Some hope is being revived on our people. I know you will never give me any strategy on this platform, but we are now seeing that you're not just talking. We understand that some of our comrades that were indicted are coming from this particular region, and the hope of the enablers and contractors who fight in for this thought that when they did so, there was going to be some kind of normalcy. Well, what should Amazonians expect to see, not just in that sub-region, which is one of the regions that I hope the government wishes to start drafting for, What do you think we should be expecting to see in the days ahead?
We should be expecting to see more body bags go back to Yaoundé because we are increasing and making our troops to be much more robust. We are getting our soldiers and our citizens prepared for the tougher days ahead. But on the other hand, we are not just locking down our people in homes to do nothing. We want them safe. We want our kids to go to school. We want them to be able to live a life that has been stolen from them all these years. Uh, Having our ARFs out there day in and night to protect them is what's the role. That's why a lot of these young men and women went into the bushes to protect their communities. And we are not going to relent. We are going to contribute towards that fight. We are going to do whatever we have to do. There are some naysayers who are out there who are chicken hats who say, "Oh, I cannot contribute because they indicted somebody." Um, we are not the first uh, group of people who are fighting for revelation based in other countries. We are not the first in America either. You can look at the cases against the IRA, which the United States lost based on the same kind of allegations and accusations that they had. They did the same with the FARC. They have to define a company or a group as a terrorist group for them to really have those things nailed down. There was no racketeering going on. There was no money laundering going on. But as we said, America is a nice place because you have your day in court and you'll be judged by your own peers. I'm not a legal minded person, but those simple things I see on TV every day, how the legal system works. And it hasn't failed. The United States have failed in so many different cases. It failed with the PLO. It failed sometime before they got the guys in Eritrea and Ethiopia convicted. They had so many failures. As we said, we have our day in court, and those things will come to pass. But at this point, we are going to prosecute the war like nothing happened, and I think that's a non-event. People are accused every day. People are the allegations, and they have to prove their case in court. And whether they win or they don't, this war will go on. We came and met it. We will fight it and fight it until we attain what we want. We want to have a liberated Amazonia that was thwarted by all these instruments of international law. But we want to make right what was wrong 60 years ago. And we are not going to relent. We are telling our people, look down on your monitor right now. You see all the addresses or websites that you can go in to contribute to this fight. It's not a fight. We are not trying to make oligarchs in this fight. We can get money from a few people, and we get a community that we are trying to run away. In East Cameroon, you see a few people who have hijacked the nation, and they are running it as a business. We don't want to do that. We want every Ambazonian to have a stake in this fight. And by doing your own contribution, you are taking a name that you take ownership of this fight and for the liberation of Amazonia. And we cannot take a stand that, a few people we have a few people who can fund this fight. Yes, but that is not the point. We have to have every person have a collective effort to die and live for this war. That's why we are going out there asking for your money, asking for your soul and your support and your ideas. Some of us are going to die in this fight. Some of us, we have a comrade, a songwit, who died last week. He was a very good supporter of this fight. He was a good patriot. He died without saying Boya. Some of us will have that, either accidentally or directly related to this fight. And that's just part of the struggle we have to do. Everybody wants to sacrifice something for the generation to come. If we don't do it this time, I hate to hear people not knowing the shortcomings of Mr. St. Muna or Bafoncha, and they sit and open their last mouth without reading the voluminous struggle that these people went through to try to have an independent or a situation where they have an independent or choice for Amazonia or for Southern Cameroon. So people who haven't read that just think, these people just went, they were slouches. They had so much power, so much things that were against us. Today we have information. We have the social media. We have knowledge. We have all the libraries on earth to do research about it, but we can't do it. We cannot just sit and say, they did this. Today is our time. There's no time to turn back. You have to make your decision today. It's a binary decision. You are either with Ambazonia or you are not. There's no middle ground.
There's no middle ground indeed. And this is the point. Uh, these are forebears. The first thing Aijo did to them was to undress them, naked them, disarm them. When they invaded our national territory, the first thing they did was to crumble us. I like it when you talk sometimes because you are making your own way to understand that in spite of whatever gimmick, we are going to keep fighting until they get out of our national territory. And this brings us to the very important point of tonight, which is the lockdown. What some have called plebiscite day, which is an insult to our own history. You have those who will obviously contest. I'm asking to know from you again, SOS Zama, before the legal minds comment. I'll come back just to you now. What have you put in place? Or is it just the announcement? Have you put in place to make sure that our restoration forces across the national territory are enforcing this order from the interim government? And just so you know, we have images, I'm going to show a few of them now, of colonial authorities, administrators at the home front, going into classroom, mobilizing our youths and militarizing the environment just so they can have a semblance of celebrations. Something has to be done. Amazonians are looking forward to you. So talk to us, please.
I want to say something. If you are on a hunger strike and you are force fed, it doesn't make you a willing participant in that particular program. If you are on hunger strike and you don't want to eat and you are force fed, it doesn't defeat your program of wanting to die. Ambazonians have taken a decision that it's a do or die situation. We are not going to go back to the 60s. We are not going to go back to all the cohesion that La Republique is trying. But I want to tell all our listeners that we are in this war in its 7th year. We don't need to make any particular preparation for 11 February. We are at war. It's a war theater. Any person who values their life less than anything else should go out there. Anywhere we see La Republique soldiers, they are open targets for us. If you want to put yourself in between the La Republique soldiers and our troops, well, it's a case that you have to make for yourself. We have said, and we will keep insisting, we want our citizens to be out of harm's way. And any place that we have a La Republique soldiers gathered in their numbers, it's an open field. It's an open field for our people to shoot. And if we have to mow them down, and you happen to be one of those, we have said this over and over again. Stay away from any places or any issues that are organized by La Republique people with their officers and security forces. We are not making any special arrangements for this. We are still keeping our war plans as tight as possible, and this is just part of it. If they still insist that they must compel us to be like them or do what they want, well, we are going to insist that we will not. At this point, we cannot let them. We are not going to relent. They can bring in people from Bafoussam. They can bring in people from Chang and pretend like everything is okay, but let it be. A drunkard is always drunk, even if sometimes they don't drink.
These are actually images coming in from Bengui. You have there the SDO and his clique. Their objective with the entire place. You have the military in civilian outfit, and they are trying to impose for students to go out for whatever march pass or whatever thing they want to do. So this
Paddy,
is in preparation.
I can tell you this, Paddy. I went to CPC, and I can tell you this, that I can count the number of times that I marched my whole time in CPC and in Casbambly. The fact that those things happen doesn't mean that these people will be compelled to go there. So they can do all the mechanics, optics to have pictures and snapshots with people to give the impression. The impression, the people who are watching what's going on in Amazonia know what is the undercurrent of what's going on. So we shouldn't fall in this their machinations that they have. Their camera and optics doesn't deceive us. Um, they can coerce our students to go march. Yes, let them. Of course, I tell our students, go out there if you have a gun behind your head. That's just a basic thinking. Um, but it doesn't befit the fact. It doesn't come to prove the truth that they are not there willingly, and we are not going to accept it. But we cannot go out there and mow down our kids because they march. No, we are not going to do that. But we are going to do what we must do to prevent that. We must do to make it tougher for them to attain that goal. And sometimes we do some orthodox stuff, but we just have to understand that it's a holiday that is not in our interest. It's a holiday that's not best for our psychic. We are an independent people, and we are going to keep it as such.
I want to thank you specifically for that. But yet, this is it. You see, our kids being manipulated, imposed upon, and now when we used to be trained with teachers in a fair, free environment, we now have SDOs and military guys grouping kids and training them for 11 February. Barrister Tim, perhaps you want to talk there.
Well, I think I said the secretary has, it's a matter of few words. He said something which I would like to take off from there. See, we are familiar with hunger strike. Nobody imposes a hunger strike on somebody. You volunteer to go on hunger strike. But somebody forces you to eat. You're on hunger strike, they are force fed. Has that defeated your purpose for which you went on hunger strike? No. So we expect that all of us Amazonians are on hunger strike. But we realize that some of us will be forced fed to purportedly defeat the idea of a hunger strike. I said again, don't care about those images. I don't know how many of us still remember a year or two ago when the Republic went to install the prefect of Libya. He went in a helicopter. When the governor, he went in a helicopter, landed there in the so-called field. There was nobody other than the prefect himself and two gendarmes. Had he installed the prefect? Of course. But were the people there? No, they're not there. I'm 100% sure that at least 80-90% of Ambazonians now know that the whole idea of 11 February celebration is a farce, it's a fraud. As she says again, we're not going to mow down every child that we see standing there because they are forced to be there. They are children. But we know why and how they got there. So nobody should have the illusion that you go to Bamenda, a big city, and you not find some administrators standing there. They will be there. Oh boy. But are these people willingly doing it? No.
Setting a trap for Ambazonia. And I like the way SOS Zaman is putting it. Cameroon is setting a trap. And what is this trap? To get these kids on arm's way and then to make a propaganda that we're killing our own people and attacking babies. So it is a very technical and complex thing to face. Don't you think so?
Yes, that's what I was trying to say. The fact that you find the administrators going to the classrooms, going to persuade children, is telling enough. They are not teachers. It shows their desperation. Why is it that in the 1960s, 70s, they were not coming to the classroom to force teachers and children to go and march? Are they doing it because they want it? Of course not. Even Ambazonian prefects or administrators, they do it first because they fear their lives. Secondly, because of the benefits that come with it. So they are unwilling, they carry on an unwilling mission for different reasons. So that should know, I was trying to end by saying that don't be dissuaded if you find 1,000 people standing in Mancon Stadium or 2,000 standing in Boya Stadium. There are people on hunger strike being force fed to defeat the purpose, but the hunger striker remains Because you go on hunger strike, they send a message for something. So the fact that the first video does not defeat the original purpose. Thank you.
Barrister Fu, what message do you have for this SDO in Momo who is championing this colonial activity on the ground? Barrister Fu, please.
Before I answer, I want to send a message and to talk about 11 February so that our people understand why the interim government does not want celebrations on our territory. Look, La Republic is making this 11 February and targeting the youths, school going ages, secondary school students, high school students, university students. That is their target, to bring them out. I am advising all parents of the Southern Cameroon's Ambazonia, keep your children out of harm's way on Saturday the 11th and Sunday, and of course beginning Friday. Let no child go to school. Friday and Saturday. You will ask me, why are we so much against 11 February? Well, in a nutshell, I said it last time, the United Nations rammed two alternatives on our throat. Contrary to the will of the people of the Southern Cameroons that met in 1959 in Manthe and decided to have independence. When our Prime Minister went to the United Nations, he was instead given a two alternatives. Last time I went away with the impression that people think that I am blaming Buffoon. Yes, I did to a certain extent do that, because what stopped our head of government, Prime Minister of the Southern Cameroon, to abandon what was going on in the United Nations, come to Boya and address Parliament on the issue? He did not. And they ramped down two alternatives.
You are practically telling us some of the lessons that we are learning,
Yes.
and that we
Yes.
have the president abandoning certain processes and briefing the people.
Yes. And they rammed that. In Manthe, there was no question of joining La République du Cameroon. Let it go on record. The issue was only between having independence or joining Nigeria. And our people voted to have their independence, complete independence. When Poncha got there, instead of walking out of that meeting, whether it's United Nations or what, and coming back to Boya to address the parliament that he represented, he didn't do that. And he brought home a two alternative and started talking about what a good thing to join our brothers. We of the Never Again generation are saying we will not celebrate that charade on our territory. I am making this case so that our parents who have children that are going to school, from primary school to secondary school to high school and to the universities, keep your children out of harm's way. I am not by that saying that our restoration forces will attack our children. No way. We will never do that. But don't let the children be caught in a crossfire between our forces and La Republic forces. And I want to send a message also to our restoration forces. The administrative authorities in the Southern Cameroon are a legitimate military target. That includes 11 February. You see a duo standing up there and preaching all kinds of rubbish in any part of Ambazonia, that is a target for you. That is a target for you. Because if we don't do that, we will not be able to keep territory. Therefore, this is an opportunity. If you see any duo dressed in this colonial uniform, I don't care where he comes from, I don't care whether it's your brother from the same village, mow him, because that is a legitimate military target. That is what I think it should happen on Friday and Saturday. Keep the children at home. Keep them away from arm's way, my brothers and sisters. Because that is what La Republic is. They are trying to set us up, but we will be up to the task. Our forces already know what they have to do. If you hear that a child has been caught in the crossfire, it is not the fault of the restoration forces. The restoration forces are fighting with La Republic forces and don't allow the children to be caught in the crossfire. That is exactly the message that we should be sending to our people against Friday and Saturday, the 10th and 11th. Thank you, Paddy.
Yes, thank you very much, gentlemen. We are 10 minutes away to the end of this program. You have buttressed it the way every Amazonian would have loved it. But we're concluding by getting back into the speech of the president. You heard him talking elaborately on aspects of the referendum and how contractors, enablers, have given to themselves or proposed to themselves a way forward. And they're trying to dictate to other Amazonians how to go about it. We have seen the chicks are now getting out of their cage after they have seen that the man whom they trusted a few days ago, whom they fought for, was actually the bigger thief, the one who is also advocating for a referendum. They now have also seen that his interest is not Yaoundé, but most probably it is is not Boya, is most probably Yaoundé. This is quite interesting because the president concludes by asking, if not that they are surrendering, what are they doing? They are the ones telling Cameroon what they would have, what Cameroon has not been proposed. When we are saying that we have restored our country and Cameroon should be the one leaving our national territory, you have apologists begging and pleading and trying to coerce Amazonians into that. Perhaps we want to use that to give a close-up to this discussion. I'll start with you, Secretary Zama.
I think let me go in defense of our elderly parents who formed the state of West Cameroon, Pa Foncha, Pa Muna, Pa Indele, all those people. I think what the British did was in direct contravention of the conventions of trust territory administrators. Economic viability was never a litmus test for granting independence to those countries. Because if that was the case, places like Rwanda, Burundi, Malawi, Togo, and probably Tanganyika wouldn't have been independent. I think it was a whole manipulation by the British based on false viability tests that was not part of that litmus test to grant independence. With that said, I think our people know exactly what's going on. Our people understand what the dynamics are, what is at stake for them. We cannot go back to pre-2017. But all those people who are going back and coming, oh, we can do this, we can have independence or federation for 20 years and all that. Once the genie has left the bottle, we cannot put it back in. We've made this decision, it's a concerted decision, as people are fighting and kids are born into this fight and seeing what is being done to their family, they will continue fighting. There's no last man standing because there's a continuous stream of people who are coming to fight this fight. We are having kids born in the bushes. We are having kids delivered every day. Some of them legitimately via rape of these barbarians who come in. We have kids who are going to understand the dynamics of this war and they're going to keep fighting. We just have to make the groundwork for them to be able to sustain that. And we are doing that. The president in his speech did show exactly what the course of action. For those people who haven't taken the time to read, please listen to some of these things, educate yourself why we are fighting, because it's sad sometimes that a lot of our people who are with college degrees, who are expected to understand these things, haven't understood it because they were never given a course in how the history of Cameroon and the Federated States of Cameroon came together and how it worked before independence and the pre-colonial times and up to the 21st century. We have to continue that education in educating people rather than carrying out these licentious stories on our network. We have to go back and even start the history of our own state from the time the Europeans came in Ambas Bay. We have to make people understand that we are a distinct people with different character. It's not only a language portion, it's not only a European, we are pretty different from all other territories or all other citizens in La Republic of Cameroon. And we have to make that known and get our citizens prepared psychologically and emotionally for all the things that the torture that they have to go through. I'm telling our people that we are in physical hell. Let's prepare for that now, rather than preparing for a spiritual hell that's sometime in the future in our lives that we don't even know when it's going to come. We are presently in hell and we have to fix it. And it's within our confine and within our comfort to fix that. We're telling every citizen, remember, go back to your LGAs, contribute towards this fight, take care of your older people back home. There are some people who are out here in the diaspora who never gone back to their hometown, not because they had a problem not to go back, they didn't have a passport or on, but because they chose to be aberrant. They didn't want to go back. They didn't want to take care of their parents. So some of that is incumbent on this IG to take care of people who ought to be taken care of by their own families. But as a state, we have to provide for all those people who are incapable of taking care of themselves. And that's why we are in this war. President Dr. Sako has stated the positions. In the future, we are going to come out with a manifesto of what we are, even though we've often expressed that we want to make people to understand 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. These are where we are. This is where we differentiate ourselves from all the other people who think that they're fighting for this war. There are some people who are doing it half-heartedly. There are some people who are using Ambazonia as a business, as a commodity to be traded back and forth. We are much more knowledgeable of that, and I think let's give credit to our citizens on the ground because they know exactly who is a merchant of death and who is a merchant of Venice. I will call it the merchant of Ambazonia.
Thank you very much, Barrister Mbisea. Please just give this last 4 minutes to Barrister Fru, since he's going to be leaving in the next 4 minutes, and after that I'll come to you. Barrister Fru, you heard the president outrightly yesterday. In terms of policy and in terms of the draft that we are hopefully starting mid this month, what do you have to say to naysayers?
Yes, Paddy, let me very quickly talk about referendum. If you look at the laws, all the constitutions of the world, most of them, and you look at the organs that organize elections, they always add elections and referenda. Referendums are organized within the country, within that particular country, to decide on a particular issue. We are not part of La République du Cameroun. Any Ambazonian that is advocating a referendum at this time is also advocating for one and indivisible Cameroon. Because what you are saying is that Yaoundé should come and organize a referendum for the Northwest and Southwest. It's not for the Southern Cameroon, but what you think and what came out clearly in Canada is Northwest and Southwest. So we will never accept anything in the name of referendum because it does not concern our country. The time will come when we will organize a referendum in the Southern Cameroon on a particular issue that we want our people to decide. That this is not the time. We are still fighting to get the occupier out of our territory. The question of referendum is out of the window. A plebiscite can be organized by a particular country, but that plebiscite decision may not be binding depending upon what the parliament says about it. So this question of referendum is out of the window, and anybody who is proposing it now is an enabler. And the president said something that was very striking. All these proposals, 2-state federation, 10-state federation, referendum, this and that, are all being proposed by Ambazonians. What is wrong with us? These are the enablers that La Republique has nurtured, trained, and asked to bring this narrative to our people. It will not work. Having said that, Paddy, you asked me a question about how we are going to raise money, how we are going to continue this fight. I am calling on all Ambazonians to know that from the 15th of this month, we'll be drafting for the federal government. 15th of every month until the end of June. And after June, we'll be drafting for the tiers of government. All the counties and LGAs, we will draft until October. Finish with them until October. 2 months, maximum 3 months. And then we'll continue again with the federal government to the end of the year. The federal government is going to be a big player in this acceleration process, in the fight this year going forward. And the president put it so nicely. The website is so furnished. You don't need to go anywhere to donate your money. You donate your money right there. We don't even need to organize a ceremony. You donate your money online in a website, and you print your receipt. And that's what I did when I subscribed for ABC Amber TV and AID. I printed my receipts. The same thing will go for the draft. If you look at that website, you will see draft. You click on it, you will see all the counties. You will see first the federal government up to June. Then you will see all the counties up to October. Then you will see the federal government again. You click there and you do your draft right there. And for the federal government, when we start the draft on the 15th, you should be ready to pay before the end of the month, because the following month you'll be drafting again on the 15th until we get to June. This is a sacrifice that all of us must do and liberate our territory. If we do this, I can assure you, Ambazonians, that we will take territory and keep it. Ngokutunja is already doing it. They will keep their territory. The way they are going, in the next few months, that territory will be free. Same thing with Bui. Same thing with Dongamanto. Same thing with Manu. And same thing with Libialem. It's going to happen, and the other counties will follow suit. So that is the program for this year, Paddy. And the president was very precise and very particular about it. It's for all ours, the survival of all of us. Like the SOS said, we cannot just get a few individuals to fund this struggle. All of us, you fund it and you own it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fru. Mr. Tim, please, I'd like you to maybe come, just make sure that we see you. Yes, you need to come again closer.
Am I okay now?
Yeah, this is at least 10 times better. No, again, go back. Go back. That is better now. Okay, no, you're cutting your head. Okay, like this now is good. Will you put it like that? No, sit the way you're sitting. Like that, it will help us to see you better. That is good now. Thank you very much. Perhaps you want to give us some statements, but I'm going to come back to you, Secretary of Defense, because you should be the one crowning this, and that is what is heated now. That is what Ambazonia wants. We understand the arrogance of the Bulu boys, and we know that the only way out is to get our people armed. And I have something that will help you to lead this conclusion. Go right ahead, Vice Tambisia.
Yes, let me go back to the referendum issue. The president defined what a referendum is. And we all now understand that a referendum is meant to determine a national issue, something of a national interest. For example, in 1972, when the Republic thought that they wanted to change their constitution and abolish a federation, they consulted the people by way of a referendum. Recently, the Malians wanted to adopt a new constitution. They put it by way of a referendum to the people. The question now is, Ambazonian asking for a referendum now. What is the national issue that they want to put to the people? Are they putting it to Cameroon? Are they putting it to Ambazonian? And what is the issue in the first place? We have not heard what they are trying to put in the referendum for them to decide. But let us be reminded that is a national issue. In 1961, the idea of independence was something of national interest to British Southern Cameroon. And they organized a plebiscite to decide if we will wish, take care of this word, if we wish to achieve independence by joining Nigeria or Cameroon. A wish, we're not joining. The February 11th that we're talking here was not joining, it was a wish to join. And so we voted that we wish to get independence by joining the Republic of Cameroon. That was 11 February. I've had the opportunity to state this before. Came April 21st, that wish, because the Republic didn't take part in the plebiscite, that wish was put to the government of the Republic. These people wish to join you to get independence on 1st of October. And the Republic said, no, we don't want them to join us by voting no to Resolution 1608. Once they voted no to our wish to join them, the idea of joining was dead. They could not force it on them. The United Nations had no right, no legal powers to force a country into a union that they did not want. And that explains why 16085 was not implemented, but 16085 was saying that they should iron out the details of the so-called union. If one of the parties has said, no, I'm not in that union, why would they be working out the details? If you go to marry in a church, in a registry of a civil status, and there before the registrar, the marriage registrar, one of the parties said, no, I'm not marrying this man, or I'm not marrying this woman. That ends the matter there. The issue of common property in marriage, what A will take or B will not take, is mute. You cannot discuss it. So the issue of a referendum is uncalled for, unless those who are calling for it are talking about an internal issue. But they must determine what is the internal issue that they want to be decided in a referendum. Are they going to ask whether ambassadors should be independent in a referendum, or that we should remain part of La République? That question cannot be asked, because the Republic has rejected the idea of us joining them. Way back in 1961, they said no to 1608. And so you cannot ask them again. You cannot ask us again, because after voting, we wish to get independence by joining A, and A says no. The joining is over, but the independence stands. And so let us take it just for academic purposes. Suppose the Republic have voted yes, and then went to implement 16085, trying to iron out the differences, because it was stated that they must iron out these differences before 1st October. If we could not agree, if we went to argue that thing, and then Franchise government said this, he just said this, they could not agree, what would have happened? To talk about the United Nations and say, well, we cannot agree. What would the United Nations do? Would they recognize us? Or they will say, okay, that idea is broken out, go walk away with your own independence. That is what it is all about. And so, no referendum at this stage, especially being asked by us. As the president said, Yaoundé has said nothing. They proposed nothing. And I said here last week, they have not changed from their position day one. The form of state is non-negotiable. 1. 2, they will not talk to separatist rebels, maquisards, as they call us.
They will not talk to terrorists.
to terrorists. And so they have not changed. As the president said, we have repeatedly proposed federation, proposed confederation, which is uncalled for. And that will take me to this last point before we leave. You, in your introduction, in your monologue, you repeated what the president said about Canada, what Canada was not, and what Canada was supposed to be. We have ambassadors who went there, whom, according to me, by my own opinion, the large number of them who went there were basically first ignorant, secondly, they just wanted to be relevant. And you can deduce this from they themselves discussing there. The ambassador talked about a facilitation. In their own document they put out there, they are appointing Canada as the mediator. That was never the issue that brought them there. In their own very document they put there, they are disagreeing. Call us ambassador. You call me wrong, you call me right. So if they even gone there and say we're ambassadors and the people were there, they will walk out because they were not negotiating with ambassadors. And so you find them just to be relevant to come out with a document that we're negotiating.
Yeah, they said in their TVs at home that Cameroonians are now talking among themselves. So it was not an identity. There was no Amazonian representation in Canada. There was Cameroonians.
What I'm trying to say is that they who went there, I'm focusing on the people who went there, based on what they wrote down themselves, their own writing, with their signature there. They are saying, well, Canada, correct this error. We do not even call ourselves Sokadev or whatever it is. No. Just put it with Amazonians. They cannot even agree, even with their so-called mediator that they appointed. You think that the Canadian Foreign Ministry will be so mad not to write down exactly how you describe yourself? They don't know us. You can't say that I'm called Mr. John Frondi, I'm the barrister. Right now, he's the barrister. I come down and say I'm this. The right what I am. So you find the Baokuros asking the foreign ministry to correct the error. Who told there was an error? It was an error because they didn't even know what they were going there for. That's why I say that they didn't even know what they were so misinformed. They probably better they would make them relevant by trying to negotiate. And then you see what Professor Yangwe says there, calling for experts. Where were the experts going to go to? In the facilitation of the Grand National Dialogue. So you find that, give them credit for not knowing something. They didn't just know. If they had known, what would they be calling for experts in surveys in this land, the maritime border? Professor Yangwe was calling them for what? And then give Yaoundé the credit. Yaoundé simply put out a simple statement. We'll never ask anybody to do that. And that's a fact. They never asked Canada to do that. There was nobody from the government in Yaoundé, in Canada, discussing the issue of separation, discussing the root causes of the problem that Professor Yangwe has said will be addressed. So you say these people in Yaoundé, as dishonest as they are, they know diplomacy. They are very, very intelligent. They have been in diplomacy since 1960.
Trying to do a fast one. They're trying to make sure that they have a fast one on Ambazonia all the time. We saw them having clandestine talks with Sisiko Julius Ayuktabe, and later on the government denied that the government is not having discussion. So they purport themselves send their agent.
No, Paddy, let me just tell you, I was saying that these people know a lot of diplomacy. Eko, whoever want to talk to Sisiko, that's not the government of Cameroon. Eko might be an investigator, military investigator. He cannot involve the government. He can investigate, take facts to the government. He didn't represent the government.
He is now in jail.
The Archbishop is not a government official. So the government did not talk to Sisiko.
Sent on a mission.
The government did not talk to Sisiko. They went to talk to him as investigators to find out what they could get and take it to their government. Dion Gute did not talk to Canada as prime minister. They went there to say, help us facilitate this. He didn't go there as prime minister in his official capacity. I can come to you. If I have a problem, I can come to you and say, Paddy, you're my friend, help me do this. That's different from coming to say, convene a family meeting and then solve my problem with my wife.
He had lettre de mission. None of that was given to him.
They were not committed. And I said here, I said before
Yeah.
that when you want to commit yourself with the government, be sure that you're committing yourself with the government, not individuals in their private capacity. How do you know a
So it's a
government?
419.
It is on headed paper
It,
of
it,
government.
it,
See what the Secretary of Communication wrote. He wrote on headed paper of the Ministry of Communication. His next minister, if he dies or he leaves the office, will not deny that document because it was written on the headed paper of the ministry, signed by the
so
minister.
we are all talking in agreement that it was a fast one. Secretary
It
Zama,
was the first one on
please,
us.
you want to conclude on this and let us call it a day. Undaunted is coming up. We will be showcasing to you some of the pictures and the videos of what has been hitting on the ground. And then the interim government, the only structure that thinks of its people, had an outreach, met with refugees, met with IDPs and prisoners of conscience, and a lot of things were distributed. An update report will be given to us by Secretary of State for the Secretary of State for Women's Services in that. So she will also be a part of the news. But let's hear from you, SOS Zama, in this regard.
We have to understand that La Republique is a country that's it's like a schizophrenic patient, and what they say today may be different tomorrow. And given that politics or diplomacy is based on a lot of secrecy, we I don't blame La Republique. La Republique is trying to see where it can get a soft spot to land. They've awfully had it so hard the last 7 years fighting with us. Um, but at the end of the day, La Republique has to understand, and they are making concerted efforts to convolute our efforts to gain independence and international recognition. We are pushing forward, and we are pushing forward hard towards that effect. We will be recognized. Um, I want people to understand that the big countries of Europe did not recognize the United States when it was created. It was Morocco, and that recognition came out of a trade agreement that both countries signed. It wasn't a diplomatic agreement. So we are going to keep seeking that country that's gonna recognize us as a people, and we are asking those countries that voted for us independence in 61 should own up to that, should understand that yes, it was a misplacement of misguided judgment on the part of the British to have placed us in a situation where we were not completely independent as we wanted, or like in the case of Burundi, Rwanda, Tanganyika. But we are on course to do that, and there's no stopping. Our people have made it. We have crossed the Rubicon, and there's no going back. Regarding those of our citizens who are willing to deal with La Republique, yes, we will have people who will decide to deal with the enemy. We saw the case in Eritrea, we saw it in Ethiopia, we saw it in the case with the Indians and the Bangladeshis when people were separated. There will just be people who will stay on that side of the Rubicon. But we've crossed it. We are not going to go back. The people who have the vision, who are seeing ahead, are not going to go back to the hell that La Republique is. It's coming. It's an implosion, and we are watching. We are watching all the mass killing that's going on in La Republique right now. The beast has turned to itself, and we are going to see the outcome. And it's not long from now. We are going to see the implosion, and that's why we Ambazonians, we are preparing for it. We are getting our people together for this. I think it's an event that's an expectation, given the death of the old lion, which will be coming up. Nobody lives forever, and Mr. Paul Biya has tried his best. He's kept things in dangling all over for his 40 years in power, but those things will fall off because the Joker will not be able to juggle all the plates in the air. So we are looking forward to that day, and we prayed for this day to come pretty soon. And we can't wait. I can't wait to see that happen. And Ambazonia will be free, and even freer from the day the start of this implosion. I look forward to that, and we are preparing for it. We are asking all our citizens to prepare for that. We are asking all our citizens to accommodate the liberation of Ambazonia. And we cannot wait to see a free Ambazonia, free of all encumbrances and free of all cohesion. Our people will be free, and we must be free, and nobody can give that to you but ourselves. We don't have a Salvation Army standing somewhere to come fight for us. We have to sacrifice our own selves for our own causes. There's nobody out there to do that better than us.
Thank
Paddy,
you
can
very
I
much,
take my leave?
gentlemen. Thank you for your. Yes, you can take your leave now. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for your time. Like the Secretary of Special Operations and Defense is saying, Ambazonia will be free. In fact, Ambazonia is free, and we cannot wait to see that as we work on actualizing it. It has been a great time. We've had a discussion for close to 2 hours, and we have tackled some of the hard topics. We've leveled the ground for undaunted ABC Amber News to come and give us facts and details. There's a lot happening, lot happening within the government, within the home front. A lot in store for you. Tonight is going to be one of those nights that you will be so informed and you regret no minute with ABC Amber TV. I look forward to being with you again anytime, really very soon. We are like in the next 10 minutes, we're having the news and some of the things we'll be looking what is actually happening around the buoy, Ngoke Tunja axis, some of the things that we'll be looking at. Also, we intend to look at the facts encapsulated in all that the interim government is doing to restore firepower on the ground. We're going to be looking in neighboring Nigeria that has a direct impact as we fight the war. Lots of things are happening there. What is the new dynamics in the world of economy, in the world of politics, and how can it impact global economy, and how can it impact the nation of Amazonia? Lots of things we're getting news on the ground that colonial actors are trying to coerce some of our people and for them to go out against their own ahead of 11 February. And some details are coming. Whatever our reporters have gotten in store for us is what will be served in just the next 10 minutes. I hope you are all ready for that. Stay tuned as we'll be right back.
For the first time in our editorial, we'll be having a comprehensive article by the soul searcher Fredly Muzanta, which he titled Emergence or Consensus, Not Elections. Revolutionary leaders are never elected, they rise, emerge, or are chosen amongst equals through consensus. This is so because the revolution usually starts in the mind of one person. The mind that conceives it is best placed to start it. The next available option is for those who sat down to conceive a project to choose from their ranks the one usually referred to as the best among equals to lead.
Wisdom for the Ambazonian Quest with Bridget Muyang Fielding. Wisdom is the principal thing, therefore get wisdom, and with all thy getting, get understanding. King Solomon, Proverbs 4:7, KJV.
And if any man think that he knoweth anything, he knoweth nothing, yet as he ought to know. Apostle Paul, 1 Corinthians 8:2.
We are only as wise as our awareness of our ignorance. The only true wisdom is knowing you know nothing. Socrates/Plato. This wisdom is the altar of humility and success.
There is no wisdom for a nation at war to sink its own gunboat. It weakens diplomacy, is tantamount to capitulation and defeat. That is exactly what some so-called Amazonian leaders have done, asking fighters to keep low for whatever reason. This is surrender wisdom, and it has delayed progress for 2 years. Bridget Muyang Fielding.
Wisdom for the Ambazonian Quest with Bridget Muyang Fielding. Wisdom is the principal thing, therefore get wisdom, and with all thy getting, get understanding. King Solomon, Proverbs 4:7, KJV.
And if any man think that he knoweth anything, he knoweth nothing, yet as he ought to know. Apostle Paul, 1 Corinthians 8:2.
We are only as wise as our awareness of our ignorance. The only true wisdom is knowing you know nothing. Socrates/Plato. This wisdom is the altar of humility and success.
There is no wisdom for a nation at war to sink its own gunboat. It weakens diplomacy, is tantamount to capitulation and defeat. That is exactly what some so-called Ambazonian leaders have done, asking fighters to keep low for whatever reason. This is surrender wisdom, and it has delayed progress for 2 years. Bridget Muyang Fielding.
Now, when the GCE board was created under much pressure, the question for the first time in our editorial, we'll be having a comprehensive article by the soul searcher Fredley Muzanta, which he titled Emergence or Consensus, Not Elections. Revolutionary leaders are never elected, they rise, emerge, or are chosen amongst equals through consensus. This is so because the revolution usually starts in the mind of one person. The mind that conceives it is best placed to start it. The next available option is for those who sat down to conceive a project to choose from their ranks the one usually referred to as the best among equals to lead. Now, when the GCE board was created under much pressure, the question arose regarding who should be the pioneer registrar. While even the initiators of the board were confused, looking for some more impressive PhD holder to head it, Achidi actually knew otherwise, having foreseen the obstacles and challenges that the baby institution would face. He convinced the advocates and champions of the board to have one of them nurse the board. That's how Azongwara emerged as the pioneer registrar. The Awande government, as expected, did everything in its power to stifle the new board, but Azongwara, driven by passion and the dedication and love of a queen who had just given birth to the potential heir to a converted throne, knew exactly what to do to make the institution stand. Now, during biblical times, Pharaoh, faced with unprecedented drought, hunger, and strife, did not need to cast lots to know that he by whom God had revealed the solution was the best candidate to put at the head of his crisis government. The great Pharaoh did away with many of his attributes to enable Joseph rise and reign. Why? His empire and people were in peril. Consensus choice is the best way to choose a leader in the situation where the chieftains of several movements in a revolution seek the top job. If they truly are out for the good of the people, it will not be difficult to agree on who the face of the revolution should be from among them. Many considerations come into play, the foremost being who carries the masses. Popular support was what informed partisan Wilfred's choice as Skakov's Secretary General during the Second Conclave. Other considerations may include charisma, knowledgeability, and geopolitical sensitivity. The last geopolitical sensitivity was what informed the choice of Dr. Common Sense, Samuel Ikome Sako, as acting president following the Nera Hotel abductions and subsequently by consensus as president. God since gave Dr. Sako other competencies to confirm the truth that whom God elects, he justifies. Whenever supposed revolutionary leaders cannot agree on who leads from their midst, you will find out that lust, thirst for power, and ego are the impediments. These weaknesses, when they come into play, never work for the good of the people, and those who allow themselves to be animated by these traits are never genuine leaders. In the light of the above, one would expect that the Kumeta Abongwa Anu group, currently led by Iya Marianta, would sit down and agree on who should be leader. Why is this not happening? It is because they are a group of scheming, plotting, greedy and treacherous individuals. The liberation of Ambazonia is not their preoccupation. The only logical thing to expect from them is that which gathered them together in the first place: falsehood, treachery, stabbing, backstabbing, and thievery. These are currency in the jungle, and the only way to survive therein is ruthlessness. The only hindrance to bloodletting among this gang is the distance separating them. Let us review how some of our leaders came to the fore. Ngorji Dinka, the father of Ambazonia, was not elected, yet nobody has ever dared to gainsay his position, even with his age. Ambazonia was first conceived in his mind, and so he had the privilege to nurse the baby until it could get up and walk. This His Majesty did with the patience of the mother who knew what was at stake. This included nursing the baby in the wilderness. His legitimacy came from the righteousness of the cause he started, not from those he sought to liberate. All movements and faction leaders hold him in the highest, even if some do so out of hypocrisy only. His name is held in absolute reverence whenever it is mentioned. Now let's see Tasang Wilfred. He was elected by teachers as their union leader. He emerged as the mouthpiece of all the others' union, naturally because his union conceived the project and also because Katu controlled the highest number of teachers. Ambazonians queued behind him because of his charisma, courage, and proven integrity. In Ibis Hotel, Nigeria, the big well-known elders of the struggle, amongst whom were SCNC chieftain Mfongala, Carlsin Ayangwe, Elvis Kometa, and more, agreed amongst themselves for Tasang to lead because they acknowledged the euphoria around his person, which euphoria the revolution needed to capitalize on. Now that was sublime consensus, major leaders, each one of them with a legitimate claim to leadership, casting their crowns aside to bow to a new fight for the utmost good of the cause. One would think that this great example would guide us all along. Now Julius Ayuk Tabe. At the third conclave, Ayuk Tabe was chosen by acclamation and consensus. The election that was scheduled did not take place. No objection was raised when Tasang Wilfred decided that the newest arrival in their midst should lead. This happened in the presence of two undisputed legendary advocates of Ambazonia, Umfo Ngala Umfo of the SCNC and Augustine Faye Ndangam of Scapo. These two men, ripe in age, filled with wisdom, and most knowledgeable in the matter of the day, deserved more than anyone else to be conferred leadership. But they did not put forth their candidatures. All they cared about was building on the momentum of the time to ride to Boya. Ayuk Tabe was therefore a consensus choice. Though the expression was not used, Julius Ayuk Tabe was motivated by geopolitical sensitivity. His emergence was timely, as it probably needed a big title. Sisseku from Manu to counter the rising traitor, the emasculated Felix Abobala. Ayuk Tabe became the first president when the governing council was transformed into the interim government at the fourth conclave. Once again, there was no election to that office. Tasang Wilfred and others who had genuine reasons to object chose not to do so for the sake of maintaining a united front. Once more, a consensus was arrived at without the word being pronounced. Perverse and accidental leaders do not understand this, neither will they. Now, President Samuel Ikome Sako rise to prominence, first as acting president and then as president, was more out of consensus than elective. An early election was set aside by the college for him to emerge. Just imagine that this didn't happen. Chris Anna, the deal bringer, would have dealt us a very raw deal long ago. The choice of Samuel Ikome Sako is yet another proof that geopolitics and not necessarily longevity or any other competencies, though they matter, counts for a lot in the Amazonian revolution. To depart from it will be suicidal, perhaps as suicidal as the attempt to conduct elections instead of arriving at a consensus. If you ask me to pass valid judgment, I will say that Amazonian leaders in the vast majority have exhibited a high degree of maturity during the struggle so far. In selflessness and disinterestedness, we have seen these at the highest levels. Elders have transferred their crowns to boys in order to make sure that nothing stands in the way of a cherished dream. Bad seeds have never lacked in causes like ours, though. Through courage, determination, and rugged steadfastness and dedication, we will deal with them as we go along. Now, in conclusion, elections are not what a revolution like ours need. Bo Herbert and Morris tried imposing this on the struggle in 2017 but failed. Conducting elections can be very hazardous. If that were possible, would the United States of America not have done so in the heart of the COVID-19 pandemic? What the President Gang's high priest, Elvis Cometer, plans to organize will be an insult to the concept of popular elections. How much legitimacy will that confer on the cabal? Absolutely nil. What if La République du Cameroon, as we expect, works behind the scenes and influences the gullible bunch to vote their choice candidate? Even in the netherworld, the gang leader is not elected. He emerges either by the size of his biceps or by the speed and dexterity of his hand on his Smith & Wesson. The Kometa Abongwa Army Band is not obsessed with the idea of having a legitimate government or the practice of democracy. They are involved in very high treason. Fortunately, Ambazonia knows better and has chosen well. We've come to the end of this very comprehensive article from the soul searcher Fredly Muzang and also the end of our editorial for today. If you want more of such articles, kindly visit our website at www.abcambertv.com for more. Become a part of this winning strategy, subscribe and become a club member today. Find our payment details on your screen. I am Star Smart, reporting for Undaunted ABC Amber TV.
Wisdom for the Ambazonian Quest with Bridget Muyang Fielding. Wisdom is the principal thing, therefore get wisdom, and with all thy getting, get understanding. King Solomon, Proverbs 4:7, KJV.
And if any man think that he knoweth anything, he knoweth nothing, yet as he ought to know. Apostle Paul, 1 Corinthians 8:2.
We are only as wise as our awareness of our ignorance. The only true wisdom is knowing you know nothing. Socrates/Plato. This wisdom is the altar of humility and success.
There is no wisdom for a nation at war to sink its own gunboat. It weakens diplomacy, is tantamount to capitulation and defeat. That is exactly what some so-called Amazonian leaders have done, asking fighters to keep low for whatever reason. This is surrender wisdom, and it has delayed progress for 2 years. Bridget Muyang Fielding.
Wisdom for the Ambazonian Quest with Bridget Muyang Fielding. Wisdom is the principal thing, therefore get wisdom, and with all thy getting, get understanding. King Solomon, Proverbs 4:7, KJV.
And if any man think that he knoweth anything, he knoweth nothing, yet as he ought to know. Apostle Paul, 1 Corinthians 8:2.
We are only as wise as our awareness of our ignorance. The only true wisdom is knowing you know nothing,
Good evening and welcome to Undaunted, bringing into the news untold stories. I am Star Smart. Let's begin. The hardship and the tough living conditions plaguing La Republic du Cameroon as a result of bad governance had pushed a conglomerate of a trade union to put the Yaoundé regime into a tight corner for some adjustment. If not, all services will be grounded every Wednesday starting February 15th, 2023. Will La Republic du Cameroon be able to make the necessary adjustment for the betterment of the common man, given the fact that the colonial Paul Biya's administrators, just like their superior, have sold their consciences away? Well, I guess it is not a question of being able, but being willing, which unfortunately is not something in sight. Meanwhile, La Republic du Cameroon finds more minions to play the role of the British Southern Cameroon's interim government, as severally they would rather project those amongst us they see to be pliable and malleable enough to handle. But unfortunately, in preferring those Ambazonians see to be weak, La Republic du Cameroon inadvertently advertises the interim government and Samuel Ikome Sako. Very interesting. More interesting focus in our news bulletin for tonight, and we'll get right into it right after tonight's prime headlines.
Of living in Cameroon, a call for concern. Also, statement of the coalition of Cameroon's federalist groups. Today as well, we'll give you the story of Bilangwa Amungwa, allegedly arrested for the gruesome murder of journalist Martini Zogo. We have a breaking news today from Undu local government area, Donga Mantun County. Yaoundé accuses Ambazonian liberation fighters of using IEDs. Why? I'm sure you would want to find out. Also today, we're going to be giving you a story and a report on the corrupt colonial La Republique du Cameroon sentenced former defense minister Mebe Ngo and wife to 40 years imprisonment. We would have an exclusive discussion with Dr. Abiedu. Find out what this discussion is about. Also today, we have 3 types of classified documents as it relates to the Biden story. Find out what they are. And in sports, Tottenham striker overtakes Jimmy Gravis as Spurs all-time top scorer. Right, let's get the news in detail.
The media greatly influences society. They inform people about what is happening. It permeates people's lives by creating their own criteria and opinions. In this way, the media moves the masses, creating different social movements.
For over 60 years, the people of Ambazonia were deprived of such privileges. The privilege to enhance their own criteria and opinion. They have suffered cultural genocide for 6 long decades, but not in this age and not with undaunted ABC Amber News on board.
You must understand that wars are fought and won in the media. The speed of the revolution on Ambazonia's quest for freedom cannot be explained without highlighting the diligent use of the media.
Franco-Cameroon colonizers, among other strategic moves, weaponized the media against Ambazonia for so long, and they continue to do so even today. The question would be, how much do the oppressed people of Ambazonia need to counter the media rage?
Indeed, how much more is required to stop the genocide? The carnage in Ambazonia didn't start today. In 1961, 1972, 1984, 1990, the oppressor was the piper in the media.
The good news is we have what it takes to dictate the pace.
Right now, ABC Amber TV is taking advantage of the wonders of multimedia aggressively
to inform the misinformed and disinformed with undaunted and other revolutionary programs bringing it to the news untold stories.
Most importantly, to win the media war by taking ABC Amber TV into every multimedia platform.
In a word, where the importance of storytelling can never be overemphasized, Ambazonians has to tell her own story, not the other way round.
And like we say it always, Ambazonia must narrate her story accurately. We can do this together, you know, right? You are just a click away. Visit our website at www.abcambertv.com, and the steps are quite simple.
With just a click on the website, you can become a club member with so many benefits.
You can also make a one-time donation, advertise and showcase your goods and services at the marketplace on the website.
That was easy, right? You're welcome on board.
And thank you for opting for the winning team. The media greatly influences society. They inform people about what is happening. It permeates people's lives by creating their own criteria and opinions. In this way, the media moves the masses, creating different social movements.
For over 60 years, the people of Ambazonia were deprived of such privileges. The privilege to enhance their own criteria and opinion. They have suffered cultural genocide for 6 long decades, but not in this age and not with undaunted ABC Amber News on board.
You must understand that wars are fought and won in the media. The speed of the revolution on Ambazonia's quest for freedom cannot be explained without highlighting the diligent use of the media.
Franco-Cameroon colonizers, among other strategic moves, weaponized the media against Ambazonia for so long, and they continue to do so even today. The question would be, how much do the oppressed people of Ambazonia need to counter the media rage?
Indeed, how much more is required to stop the genocide? The carnage in Ambazonia didn't start today. In 1961, 1972, 1984, 1992, Ambazonians were slaughtered in huge numbers and help was not forthcoming. Why? Because the oppressor was the piper in the media.
The good news is we have what it takes to dictate the pace.
Right now, ABC Amber TV is taking advantage of the wonders of multimedia aggressively
to inform the misinformed and disinformed with undaunted and other revolutionary programs bringing it to the news untold stories.
Most importantly, to win the media war by taking ABC Amber TV into every multimedia platform.
In a word, Where the importance of storytelling can never be overemphasized, Ambazonians has to tell her own story, not the other way round.
And like we say it always, Amazonia must narrate her story accurately. We can do this together, you know, right? You are just a click away. Visit our website at www.abcambertv.com, and the steps are quite simple.
With just a click on the website, you can become a club member with so many benefits.
You can also make a one-time donation, advertise and showcase your goods and services at the marketplace on the website.
That was easy, right? You're welcome on board.
And thank you for opting for the winning team.
The colonial administration of La Republic de Cameroon is on stormy waters. Civil society organizations are bent on defending the roadmap governing their structures. Consumer protection rights groups, just like other associations, want a better market situation for the consumers they are called to protect. Gone are those days when Cameroonians would sit back and grumble while President Paul Biya and his surrogates swindled taxpayers' money at will. Now, this is where we will begin the full briefings of Undaunted tonight. I am Oni Opala. How are you doing, sir?
Very well, Oni. The hardship and the tough living conditions plaguing La Republic du Cameroon as a result of bad governance have pushed a conglomerate of a trade union to put the Yaoundé regime into a tight corner. For some adjustments, if not all services, will be grounded every Wednesday starting February 15th, 2023. Will La Republic du Cameroon be able to make the necessary adjustments for the betterment of the common man, given the colonial administrator, just like the superior, have sold their consciences?
Well, a conglomerate of trade unions and civil society organizations have, in a joint letter, called on the colonial administration of La Republic de Cameroon to make some adjustments towards making life better for the common man who is barely surviving. Meeting on February 3rd, 2023, the member organizations of this collective, notably from the sectors of education, transport, and defense of consumers' rights, the defense of human rights, the fight and the promotion of the interests of youth as well as women of all suffering categories in Cameroon, after a careful examination of their economic, social, and security context, a critical but objective reading of the 2023 financial law as well as the measures announced on the 31st of January 2023 by the Secretary General of the Colonial Prime Minister's Service to accompany the said law established several findings.
Well, these findings were duly represented on the documents these trade unions and civil society organizations tabled to the colonial government of La Republique du Cameroon. To remedy the findings, the document equally had a must-do for the colonial La Republique du Cameroon's government for there to be no strike action. Failure to comply, therefore, all workers of the private sector and civil servants will stop going to work on Mondays for a period of 1 month, that is from February 15th to March 15th, 2023. The point that colonial La Republique du Cameroon's administration must do before February 15th, that is within 9 days, include.
Now, this includes the first is the increase of the SMIG from 36,270 francs to 1,050 francs and its indexation to the annual inflation rate. The second one is the revaluation of retirement pensions by the colonial presidential decree of 2016 and their indexation to the annual inflation budget. The abduction and implementation of the massive recruitment plan for at least 100,000 young graduates in the civil service, public and paramilitary, para-public rather enterprises. The other must be captured by the jointly signed document. All eyes are now turned towards Yaoundé to see if the president's government will move an inch for her citizens to have a better life.
All right, going on to the next report of tonight is a statement of the coalition of Cameroon federalist groups and activists, something they call CCFGA, concerning the Canadian process for peace in Cameroon. Well, it says, after looking through the following anonymous write-up by the so-called coalition of surrender undaunted without fear or favor, remarks as follows, that the so-called federalist groups are direct agents recruited by La Republic du Cameroon to fight the interim government, and the so-called federalist groups are opportunists seeking for notice. The so-called federalist groups are even ashamed of themselves and fully aware that they will not escape the wrath of Ambazonians. They hide their identity, meaning they themselves are not sure about what they profess.
Now, these federalist groups cannot fool all the people all the time and should ask themselves what happened to the first federation. Now, this federalist group should know that Amazonians have risen under Dr. Common Sense, under the Never Again generation standing for total independence, come rain, come shine. Now, bona fide Amazonians declare such anonymous statement null and void, as it has no binding on the people's liberation struggle, grinding steadily and surely to buoy on the risk courageous, incorruptible, resilient, steadfast, focused, and result-oriented leader, President Samuel Ikome Sako.
Now, for over 6 years, the northwest and southwest regions of Cameroon have been ravaged by an armed conflict, quote. In that time, many voices at home and abroad have ceaselessly called for a negotiated settlement to end the conflict and restore justice, peace, and normalcy in these two regions. Well, it is therefore with joy, hope, and optimism that the coalition of Cameroon federalist groups and activists, CCFGA, received the announcement by the Canadian Minister of Foreign Affairs on Friday, January 20th, 2023, of an agreement between the government of Cameroon and separatist armed groups to embark upon a process for the comprehensive, peaceful, and sustainable resolution of the ongoing conflict through a substantive and inclusive dialogue. This statement reads.
Now, it reads that the readiness of the belligerent to dialogue is a statutory first step towards the definitive resolution of the armed conflict. Therefore, we urge the government of Cameroons and all separatist armed groups to commit wholeheartedly and sincerely to this process. Now, the road to a final outcome may prove to be long, tortuous, and agonized, and yet reason will ultimately prevail, and justice, peace, and normalcy will return to the southwest, and of course, and the northwest regions.
Now, this CCFGA statement goes on to say, it commends the government of Canada for accepting the mandate to facilitate this process. They say, we note with satisfaction the support that has been spontaneously expressed for this undertaking by numerous voices and stakeholders in Cameroon and abroad, including major players on the international scene, even though the government of Cameroon believes that it is first and foremost up to the Cameroonian people, to the institution and leaders that they have freely chosen to seek appropriate ways and means to address problems facing our country. They say, we think that this position is not incompatible with a necessity to involve external partners in efforts to resolve the conflicts in the southwest and northwest regions, quote.
Well, the position has not prevented the same government from habitually turning to external partners entirely for funding existence, for combating armed insurgencies in part of our country, for arresting and prosecuting persons acting on foreign lands against the interest of Cameroons, and for delivering humanitarian assistance to victims of the current crisis in Cameroon. Now, like the current search for justice and peace, the resolution of all these problems is first and foremost the responsibility of the Cameroonian people, institutions, and leaders.
Well, they say, we also commend the facilitator of the announced peace process for highlighting the plight of civilian victims of the crisis in the northwest and southwest regions, notably the over 6,000 dead, more than 800,000 internally displaced, tens of thousands of refugees, and 600,000 children deprived of education. Note again the very inaccurate figures stated here. They continue to say this is a telling reminder that the stakeholders of the crisis and of the search for justice, peace, and normalcy in the northwest and southwest regions are not only the government of Cameroon and the separatist armed groups.
Well, they included the population of these two regions in particular, and Cameroonians in general, who will have to be brought at the appropriate time into their substantive and inclusive dialogue to end the conflict.
Now, they say it is also a reminder of the imperious necessity to establish a Truth, Justice, and Reconciliation Commission that the CCFGA called for in its declaration of 31st October 2021 as part of a comprehensive peace process. Now, this is signed by the coalition of Cameroon federalist groups and activists. And as you know, the interim government led other Dr. Samuel Ikomi-Sako already has its point that we have brought repeatedly to you about this Canadian move. And Undaunted says the so-called federalist groups are direct agents recruited by La République du Cameroun to fight the interim government.
We the people, ABC Amber TV, Ambazonia Broadcasting Corporation. The voice of the voiceless, the voice of Ambazonia, connecting the world from Africa. With untold stories, Africa's best.
All right, moving on for tonight. It seems like Martini Zogo is getting justice. Well, the all-powerful regime Tarh Amugu Balingwe has been arrested and now in the dragnet of La République du Cameroun security. Now, he was cited severally following the brutal assassination of journalist Martini Zogo of his involvement in the tragic death. Amugu Balingwe has his in-law and his director of communications were rounded up in the early hours of this February 6, 2023, and are presently at the La République du Cameroun National Gendarmerie for questioning.
Now, last week, news went viral all over the social media of his arrest, but a nouveau riche, an arrogant Amugu Balingwe, reappeared in his office in grand style, as if to tell the world that he was still that untouchable in La République du Cameroun with powers to make and unmake. Reason why today's arrest was immediately confirmed by his neighbors as eyewitnesses and the head of Anecdote Media Group, which he operates through a written communique.
Well, Amugu Balingwe, one of his journalists, Bruno Bijang, and Colonel Etudi Esui, former commander of the Presidential Guard, and Amugu Balingwe's in-law were also arrested this morning without any summons. Other details reaching Undaunted says people are already scrambling to withdraw their monies from Vision Finance, a microfinance bank operated by Amugu Balingwe, for fear that it may have disappeared with their money after the arrest of the boss.
All right, now moving on to the breaking news from Ndu local government area, Donga Matung County. The Amazonian Restoration Forces of Donga Matung County have started to implement the laws of their land as strictly ordered by the interim government. A number of trucks ferrying livestock, foodstuffs, and wood, timber, leaving Amazonia to neighboring country La République du Cameroun, were caught disobeying the orders and set ablaze last night, Sunday, 5th February 2023. This is in respect of last week's order by the interim government.
All right, now in yet another development in Ndu, there was a very heavy and intense fighting at the Mbo Ncho Brigade, a La République du Cameroun military base, when our Ambazonia Restoration Forces of Donga Matung stormed the place to launch a preemptive attack on the enemy. Now, all this while, the enemy has been harassing civilians, and we're preparing another outing this Monday morning when intelligence was leaked and a preemptive attack was ordered last night at exactly 9 a.m. Now, it lasted for more than 1 hour, 30 minutes, and the Ambazonia Restoration Forces made a tactical retreat after incapacitating their enemy. Now, we have some videos of this event.
Aunde. Now the siam no, they go Douala. Now don't siam. Yeah, Mona, they gonna I look up. So they don't deny some more, they not they go feed the people that maybe not they can't key, maybe the chop can't kill it another year. This one are for buy me since so. So I will say I want start work no. I don't start them. When I see them no. Yeah, when I see them no. Yeah. When I see them, they go ya one day. We don't take them. We go tear them. Emma for pig. Or fowl. That's the one way they don't put them for road. Tear them. They don't tear them. Throw them for road. Now it is. Now they see them. They don't tear them. Throw them for road. Now it is. They go ya on the Andwala. Now see them no. So now they only brought the talk. Una they talk plenty. They do not action. Tanguna.
All right, now on to another interesting report, still on the Amazonian restoration forces. The Colonial Republic of Cameroon's government has accused the Amazonian liberation fighters for killing using improvised explosive devices, the IEDs, after one of their fighters, nicknamed General Transporter, will kill the enemy La Republique du Cameroon forces. The colonial government in Yaoundé say the liberation fighters projected videos of improvised bombs exploding all over social media platforms, including Facebook and WhatsApp.
Well, the Colonial Republic of Cameroon government affirms that in one video, a man identified himself as Sagon Jaguar, commander of the Ambazonian Restoration Forces in Bamising village in Ngoken Tujer, who declared that the bombs Ambazonian Restoration fighters planted destroyed 5 military jeeps belonging to La Republique du Cameroon's government troops. On the other hand, the Colonial La Republique du Cameroon military confirmed that liberation fighters resumed the use of such bombs in several parts of Ambazonia, such as Bamising, Oko, Kombo, Kambe, and Kom local government areas last week, adding that military vehicles were destroyed and some troops were wounded, but gave no further details.
Now, it is no gainsaying that the Amazonian Restoration Forces, the IEDs they have caused devastating damages on colonial La Republique du Cameroon officials and their occupying military. Now, the case in Ekondo Titi, where the colonial divisional officer, the colonial mayor, the CPDM leader, and a colonial La Republique du Cameroon Gendarmerie Brigade commander were blown off in a convoy, are still very vivid. Colonial SDO of Momo and others, like the colonial governors of both the northern and southern zones, are all Amazonian Restoration Forces IED survivors and living witnesses.
Right, and of course, corrupt Colonial La Republique du Cameroon sentenced its former defense minister Mebengo and wife to 40 years imprisonment. Now Unsorted gathered that the La Republique du Cameroon Eastwhile all-powerful Minister of Defense has been given 30 years and wife Benedict Mebengo given 10 years of imprisonment for corruption, and that prosecutors at La Republique du Cameroon Special Criminal Court in Yaoundé, the colonial capital, have seized 53 buildings, 39 vehicles, disabled 11 bank accounts, mostly comprised of more than 23.9 billion francs CFA and 100 land titles, all belonging to this corrupt colonial Minister of Defense, Edgar Alain Mebe Ngor. Now, the Special Criminal Court filings detailed that the tyrannical dictator and the President Paul Biya regime also seized a series of bank accounts belonging to his wife, Benedita Mebengo, holding millions in cash.
Now, most of the funds came from offenses, including embezzlement of public funds, specifically the over-invoicing of public contracts, money laundering, and bribery. Undaunted sources add that nearly 600 million francs CFA held in 4 banks in Douala was seized as well. Mebe Ngo, like every other high-profile thief in La Republique du Cameroon, maintained his innocence and has denied misappropriating Cameroonese taxpayers' money. Undaunted sources added that the corrupt Biya junta agent equally seized heavy machinery that belonged to the Mebe Ngo family that was held in several locations in the colonial La Republique du Cameroon capital, Yaoundé.
Well, history says that this is the first time in La Republique du Cameroon after Zakios Fonjidam, the Bia's government revealed intention to seize the properties of this all-powerful minister Mebe Ngo, and the prosecutors at the Special Criminal Court initiated the process. Former Law Republic Cameroon's Defense Minister Mebe Ngo and wife Benedita Mebe Ngo were recently just sentenced to 30 years and 10 years respectively in prison, where they and many other high-profile thieves of La Republic to Cameroon would just, be relaxing.
All right, now let's take a look at the international scene. Well, the issue of fuel scarcity is not only peculiar to the Cameroonians, or even if it's worse there, though. So many other countries and the world at large has been affected by the fuel surge. And if that is not enough already, Nigerians have a new crisis to deal with: lack of cash scarcity. This has been thought to happen due to Nigeria's push to replace its paper money with newly designed currency notes, more like the colored note, and leaving people unable to buy what they need and forcing businesses to close across the West African nation, Nigeria.
The Central Bank of Nigeria says the redesigned denominations of 200 naira, which is equivalent to 43 US cents, 500 equivalent to $1, and 1,000 naira equivalent to $2 notes, and new limits on large cash withdrawals would help curb money laundering and make digital payments the norm in Africa's biggest economy. But the process to replace the old currency notes is rushed, and people believe commercial banks do not have enough cash to give to customers, pushing the need for cash higher than available cash. Now, the central bank doesn't want us to be spending cash. They want us to be doing transactions economically, but you can't legislate a change in behavior, says Ayokunle Olubumi with Nigeria's main rating agencies, Augusto and Co. Well, you have to make people see reasons and ensure these channels are really reliable. That's what another Nigerian said.
Well, the government is pushing for a cashless economy that is more inclusive and says the changes will drive economic growth. Critics are skeptical, pointing to decades of chronic corruption in which government officials are known to loot public funds and create more hardship for the many struggling with poverty. As of October, more than 80% of the 3.2 trillion naira, that is 7.2 billion US dollars, in circulation in Nigeria was in private hands, but 75% of that has now been deposited with financial institutions, the central bank governor Godwin Emefiele said over the weekend. He extended the deadline for Nigerians to deposit their old banknote by 10 days, that is from January 31st to February 10th.
Well, even as more Nigerians deposit old currencies in bank, the Associated Press found some financial institutions were still issuing the outdated notes to customers. As of Monday, January 31st, bank customers are allowed to withdraw very little cash and face high bank charges for each transaction. It is as though the banks in Nigeria have taken the opportunity to dupe its users, charging ridiculously higher for every transaction, and some banks refusing to give out a penny when customers want to withdraw, or giving out a token that cannot be enough for any average day's basic needs.
Now, as a result of this, businesses are shutting down. Digital payments run by banks are often unreliable in Nigeria, leaving businesses struggling as growing numbers of customers have been unable to find the cash to pay for goods and services. Well, the situation has created a parallel market for people to illegally sell the new banknotes, the Nigerian secret police said on Monday. Now, quoting someone, Chima Ekweme, who sells car parts in Nigeria capital, Abuja, he says someone might want to transfer funds to you, but it can't be processed and they don't have the funds to issue.
Now, according to Muda Yusuf, he says the cash supply crisis has disrupted such sales across the country, forcing a good number of businesses to shut down. Now, two critical sectors of the economy, trade and commerce, as well as agriculture, have been very badly affected because they do a lot of transactions in cash, especially in rural areas. Now, he says again that this policy has brought their economic activities to a halt. Now, while others cannot bear this, some others believe this is a move by the Central Bank of Nigeria to thwart their bribery scheme of politicians who have hoarded cash to bribe by the people's vote during elections.
All right, now apart from Chima Mekweme, who said someone might want to transfer funds to you, but it can be processed and they don't have cash because of this issue. We also have the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, whose motto is go and verify due to his integrity and credibility that he believes he has. Reacting also to the ongoing crisis of scarcity of cash, saying in a tweet that the currency redesign is not peculiar to Nigeria, although he believes that improvements could have been made in its implementation, pleading with Nigerians to bear with the Central Bank of Nigeria and the federal government over the current scarcity of the newly redesigned Naira notes, with the hope that the general public will soon benefit from the reforms. Pitobi said that such exercise usually comes with some inconveniences and pain, however, noted that it has significant long-term economic and social benefits. He also implored the central bank of the country, Nigeria, and the banks to increase their efforts to make the new redesigned currency available to small depositors and the unbanked so as to reduce the pain.
Now, the pressure this situation exerts on Nigerians' fragile social, political, and economic conditions is enormous and gradually heading to a tipping point.
Well, let's see videos of Nigerians reacting to this uncontrollable chaos.
God bless Nigeria. God bless Nigeria. God bless PD, APC. APC. God bless.
All right, social media are washed with harrowing videos of people's reaction in various parts of Nigeria, and they all point to the prevailing rage, frustration, and hardship people are going through. All these are happening at a time of heightened political activities near the 2023 general elections, with various permutations, intrigues, and strategies of political parties and their candidates to win the voters.
Now, Nigerian authorities said the redesigned banknotes and new withdrawal limits would help curb the use of money to influence the February 25th presidential elections, though experts argue that the currency change are being done at the expense of most Nigerians. They're already facing inflations of 21.3%, a 37% increase in the rate in a year. All this together are causing significant hardship in both rural and urban areas, and the hardship for people is merely collateral damage to the political class. This one was from Tunde Aji-Leye, a partner at Lagos-based SPM intelligence firm.
Now, with a lot of speculations going on about this, one cannot argue that indeed money has been used in the past to derail a lot of voters. But if the CBN is doing this to curb the corruption during the upcoming election period, then just maybe it could be a good thing for Nigerians. Now, as some people said, they just wanted all the politicians who hoarded money to return it to the bank in the process of getting new ones. But that is not even happening.
Well, most importantly, as the presidential candidate said, is to make a way for the masses to be able to freely transact, buy, and sell, pay, basic transport fares and do basic daily things without all of this upheaval. Well, interestingly, when this issue was dug in a little bit more to know more on the cause, it was found that indeed the CBN, that is the Central Bank of Nigeria, still distributes funds cash to banks, but some bank managers still hoard the money for politicians who have made a deal with them to keep the millions they receive from the central bank of the nation Nigeria for their personal use, disregarding the needs and chaos arising amongst the masses. One money-stocked location was discovered recently, and something that we'll definitely bring to you in our next report.
All right, before we bring our next report, we have this audio that you would need to listen to. Is the government officially announcing the 10th and 11th of February as lockdowns. Let's get that particular audio.
Good day, fellow Southern Cameroonians, Ambazonians. Today na Sunday, February the 5th, 2023. This one now na Pekin Gabonese I come live for home front. I go send to all of us a gun salute for all our field masters, generals, commanders, colonels, and foot soldiers for defend Ambazonia from the hands of the French Cameroon barbaric and terrorist soldiers. Why be sent by Paul Biya, Hitler, Bill Vondo, Bartholomew, the terrorists, where they suffer from dementia, sponsored by France and some other criminal Western nations. Fellow Ambazonians, I come this morning, make we know, say our Mondays ghost town, where it stand for the symbol of our liberation struggle, must be respected. Any man who not respect our Mondays national lockdown, where it stand for the symbol of our freedom, of this struggle, in respect of our fallen heroes, our civilians, our prisoners, fellow Ambazonians. And we can remind Ambazonians, so we all know, since 2017, all French Cameroon criminal imposed national days were banned in the southern Cameroons, Ambazonia, like 20 May, 11 February, Labor Day, Women's Day, and all national days where this criminal regime for Yaoundé it be imposed on our people. It will be banned since 2017. So we advise all Mamidem about picking them. Semi French Cameroon, you know, can break a sardine and some francs can convince you now. When I saw the picking for outside, me go face the bullet between our brave fighters and French Cameroon terrorist military. Fellow Ambazonians, and what can remind you now, say we don't agree, say the 10th and the 11th of February, now a national lockdown day for say no to any form of celebration for so-called youth day without no future in Ambazonia. Fellow Ambazonians, we're going to also French Cameroon and the Betty Boulufang and the CBD cabal that they use all these days them for lie for the international community. Say things are normal. Why in the Saudi Cameroons there is full war in Ambazonia and French Cameroon they kill our people on daily basis. We advise all mommy them, papa them, our sister them and brothers, Makuna stay at home on the 10th and the 11th of February for someone alive it be safe because French Cameroon they do their possible best for keep Saudi Cameroon on their slavery, but gone are the days of our forefathers. Today, we will never again generation. I will go fight until Saudi Cameroon is going to be fully restored. Nothing more, nothing less. La République du Cameroon will declare war on us. We'll be advised by France. We don't talk, say we the never again generation. We then have an armed struggle. Now they use our gun, explosive, IEDs, RPGs, and other deadly weapons. Make us stay safe because we'll be guerrilla fighters. We go appear and disappear anytime. Show me all our civilians. They be vigilant. I mean, we stay safe for our various counties, on our LGA, and our areas of command. But we work in close collaboration with all Ambazonian freedom fighters for our localities. But we follow the rules of the war. I will stay safe. I will stay strong. Fellow Ambazonians, I want to remind you, say make you know. Say French Cameroon, and they use those all criminal baboons for Yaoundé, like Paul Biya, Bill Vondo, Bartholomew, Marseille, Nyadji Fenji, Cavaye, Kebe Jibril, Philemon Yang, Mosonge, Frundi, Atanganji, Elvis Golengole, Tabetando, Ngala Gerard, and so many French Cameroon CBD accomplices when they don't join the rank of those CBD platform for kill enemy cold blood. But the one tell una today says Saudi Cameroon is not for sale. Saudi Cameroon was a free state, and Saudi Cameroon and Ambazonia will remain a state until we reach Boya. Our fight for independence is stand on the platform of justice, and justice must prevail. Then peace will come naturally. Fellow Ambazonians, I tell all my media papa them, say we don't lost more than 50,000 Saudi Cameroonians in cold blood. They don't burn down so many villages. They don't destroy our educational system. We're going to know so we get only one way to go. Now a free Saudi Cameroon will go benefit for our natural resources where it be given to us by God. Now is the time for all Ambazonians for no say we can work in close collaboration for the sake of this great nation of Ambazonia. More than 2.5 million Saudi Cameroonians they don't integrate themselves for self-defense strategy for this 2023. So the days ahead are deadly. With them much more ready and stronger than before. For French Cameroon using guerrilla tactics of fighting. We will not, I will never give French Cameroon any second chance. We go fight until one man standing. Saudi Cameroons must be liberated. Ambazonians must be free. It's a matter of must. We give a fight. We give a fight until we restore our national territory. Where due to international conspiracy, where Saudi Cameroon find itself with this barbaric regime and the Yaoundé cabal. Make una stay safe, una stay strong. The days ahead are deadly. And it remain again. Make una know say the 10th and 11th of February. Now a national lockdown for East Ambazonia. For say no to any French Cameroon sponsored youth day without future in a foreign country when Ambazonia. French Cameroon have no audacity and no right for impose or give any orders in our national territory. And you find the administrators, you find the militaries, you find any man where they represent election or whatsoever in Ambazonia in the name of this criminal French Cameroon process in Ambazonia. Saudi Cameroon is at war. We go take our country by force. We go fight on Saudi Cameroon is fully liberated. Nothing more, nothing less. Make una stay safe, una stay strong. Short live the struggle. May God bless Ambazonia.
All right, I'm sure that that announcement has been passed adequately. Now, we also have this particular thriller from Dr. Samuel Ikome Sako, President of the Federal Republic of Ambazonia. I'm sure you'd want to see this as well.
Fellow Ambazonians, La République du Cameroon withdrew from the mediated talks put together by the international community led by Switzerland in September last year. Instead of Ambazonians and international stakeholders to hold the international community to task and obliged Mr. Biya to come back to Switzerland, world leaders were silent and some Ambazonians rejoiced with euphoria. They came to the rescue of La République du Cameroon to help La République find an escape route out of the pressure coming from the international community. Now let me declassify for you what La République du Cameroon told Switzerland during their departure conference call that fateful day in September 2022. They said the reason for their withdrawal from the Swiss-led process was that they would prefer direct dialogue with Ambazonians in furtherance of the resolutions of their so-called Grand National Dialogue of 2019. La République du Cameroon told the Swiss government they see the solution of the conflict within the framework of their Grand National Monologue. They said they had won the war, but for certain pockets of resistance, and saw no need for a mediated settlement. La République du Cameroon declared that they did not want to meet Ambazonians as a separate people, insisting they wanted to solve the problem in the so-called southwest and northwest regions of their country their own way. Those who went to Canada, whether wittingly or unwittingly, helped La République du Cameroon to cover up their refusal of genuine dialogue with the cloak of counterfeit made in Canada. They helped La République du Cameroon to continue deceiving the international community that something is being done to resolve the conflict when nothing is in place. Yes, you heard me well. There was no mediation process in Canada that came anywhere close to what we had in Switzerland. Canada was hired by the colonial Prime Minister Ngute to facilitate a fishing expedition by corrupt one Cameroon CPDM entrepreneurs. The whole initiative was a facade to bypass a genuine mediated dialogue between both sides. Let's compare the Cameroon-led process in Canada and the Swiss-led process that we all know. The Cameroon-led process in Canada had one flag and one anthem, and you know which ones. But the Swiss-led process had two flags and two anthems. The Cameroon-led process in Canada was put together by La République du Cameroon government. The Swiss-led process was put together by the international community led by Switzerland. The Cameroon-led process was about peace in the southwest and northwest regions of the Republic of Cameroon, while the Swiss-led process was about the southern Cameroon, Ambazonia versus La Republique du Cameroon. The Cameroon-led process in Canada was bankrolled by Cameroon, while the Swiss-led process was sponsored by Switzerland, Canada, etc. The Cameroon-led process in Canada was endorsed by Canada only, but the Swiss-led process was jointly endorsed by the United Nations, Canada, Switzerland, US, and EU. Who do you think may organize a plebiscite to determine the free choice of the people of the British Southern Cameroon Ambazonia? It will be the Southern Cameroon Ambazonia. On our court matters, our indicted comrades are in very high spirits. We have interest of defending them and telling the truth about our story to the world through the four walls of the American judicial system. We need our support. We need your support as we prepare for the trial in a month or two. We need to select our witnesses or their witnesses now, bring them on board, help pay attorney fees, and give some material support to the families of our comrades. All for one, one for all. On our website, www.aidforcitizens.com, is our donation website. I call on all Ambazonians to use this site to contribute towards diplomacy in the draft. We have special reward packages for all categories of annual subscribers who subscribe to pay from $25 to $100+ monthly. We have also a sharing formula with LGAs and organizations that help us to drive annual subscriptions on this site and our official site. The draft this year will be 100% earmarked for the home front. Our goal this year is to drive at least $600,000 into nationally sponsored projects in all 13 counties. Dear ARFs, this year we have decided to adopt all of you as our children. We want to support all of you, irrespective of the t-shirts you wear. If you are fighting for Ambazonia, we will acknowledge and support you at the federal level. The Canada Dialogue Initiative is a mirage. Our ground game is the answer. I want to say the only answer. We must accelerate now. Honor to our ARFs in all 13 counties and 3 zones. Short live the war. Ambazonia is free. All hail the land of milk and honey, and God bless our beautiful country. Thank you.
All right, you're welcome back. Now we've had in the studio the Secretary of State for Women Affairs, and of course that department did a lot in the last Christmas, that's 2022, with what they tagged as 2022 Christmas outreach. Now, the past December, the Department of Women's Services carried out a Christmas outreach to IDPs, war widows, the wounded, the poor and refugees, all victims of war in Ambazonia, Southern Cameroons. Now, this initiative was possible because of donations made by kind-hearted individuals comprising mostly Ambazonians and some non-Ambazonians. Now, a total of about 9,100 cents was realized, dollars, by the way, was realized in this particular donation.
All right, now I'm Dr. Patience Abedu talking about the last outreach, December 2022 during Christmas. Says the outreach to some of the refugees in Nigeria was the largest single outreach by the DWS. A total of $3,000 was sent, yielding 2.1 million in Naira, and 2 settlements benefited from the outreach in terms of receiving food items. However, young women and girls from all 4 settlements received pads. The department appreciates Mr. Azier of Satwo Foundation for facilitating the outreach, and she says we equally thank all the donors and especially the women who worked hard to solicit donations, and looks forward to planning and carrying out a better outreach this year with God's help.
All right, so we have some of the videos already on the screen for you to see how the women, of course, doing what they know how to do best, sharing and ensuring that it gets to every one of them. We have lots and lots of these videos. We'll see how many we can take before we actually bring Dr. Patience Abiedu for the interview this evening. All right, Dr. Abiedu, it's nice to have you here today. All right, you're very much welcome. You're very much welcome. Now we saw lots and lots of bags of rice, tomatoes, and the rest of them. I'm just wondering, how was it like trying to send arms to them in terms of raising the funds?
To me in a moment. I'm sorry, I got it. Save the Women Organization Foundation. The CEO is Mr. Azi. So we send the funds, the money through him, and he was a
Dr.
facilitator
Abiudu,
on
so
the.
it happens that we have some audio technicalities here. Is it possible for you to just start all over? I think the beginning of your report, the beginning of your interview wasn't heard. So is it possible for you to just start all over again? How easy was it, or how difficult was it for you to send all of these goodies to the IDP camps?
Yes, as I was saying, that sending the funds, the money was the easy part. We had someone in ground one through whom we sent the dollars, the money. This person was able to send it directly to the CEO of a foundation called SAWTO Save the Women Organization. And this person, name of Mr. Azi, was our facilitator on the ground. So the $3,000 that was sent was converted to Naira, and as you already read, it was equivalent to 2.1 million Naira. And that money was supposed to be used between two main settlements and also for food for Christmas. But some of the donors had specifically wanted the girls to have pads. So some of the money was earmarked towards the procurement of pads for these young women and girls. Now, that was the easy part, sending the money. The tough part was the carrying out the outreach. There's always controversy down there whether when money gets there, people complain that they didn't see the funds, so one thing led to another. But this person was able to get a team together and distributed the money to two main camps for them to purchase these items. Unfortunately, also, it was during the Christmas season where prices had already been exaggerated a little bit. So some of the food items had to be gathered on high prices. But in all, they did get a lot of the food items we saw: rice, gari, maggi, and some oil. And most of the women who benefited from this, the distribution was made through community leaders. So you will not expect everybody to be on the video, but you had some representatives who came and gathered things for their own for their own households, and that's how the distribution was made. But it was not easy making sure that all this money was used as was supposed to be.
All right, Dr. Patience Abedu, do you want to go with that now?
Okay, yes. We have, because you were trying to mention, and I'm sure probably you don't have them on your fingertips, but we have them here. So if you're just wondering what are these goodies, there are a lot. Rice was 14 bags, Gary was 14 bags, salt, 2 bags, Maggie, that's seasoning cubes, 2 cartons, tomatoes, 3 cartons. We have palm oil, that's for cooking, 1 carton, salt, and detergents had about 2 cartons as well. Now there are two places here. It was for Okende and also for Ikyogen. I'm not sure I'm getting that correctly, but these items are for 2 different places, for Okende and also for Ikyogen. Now for Okenden, it was on the 22nd of December 2022, and for um, Ikyogen, it was for 24th of December 2023. In fact, I think I should run that through clearly. For Okenden, we had rice 14 bags, Gary 14 bags, salt 2 bags, Maggie 2 cartons, tomatoes 3 cartons. And for Ikyogen, we had rice 16 bags, Gary 16 bags, cooking oil 1 carton, seasoning cubes 2 cartons, tomatoes 3 bags, salt 3 bags, and detergent 2 cartons. So it was for 2 different places, just for us to be clear on this. Okay, Star, over to you.
All right, yeah. That's a really, really great feed there from the interim government. It really goes a long way to show externally displaced persons that we are really thinking about them and we do care about them. What do you have to say about, how they felt after it, and what was their reaction, especially to the tap? They probably were just expecting food, but then the pads were a particular request. What do you think they're going to do with that? How is it going to make them better?
Yes, thank you. Some of them were very surprised. They were not expecting this at all. So it came to them just at a time that they really needed some assistance. But when you give something to someone, there's always a chance that they need more, or they will ask for something else. So there was a video where this mother was really asking that, well, thank you for the food, but we need pots. We cannot really use this food without pots. So that is already another dent in our program, because we say that we gave them food, but they need pots to use to prepare this food. And there was another mother complaining that they have a lot of mosquitoes and they would prefer us to send them tents, mosquito nets next time. So though they appreciated this initiative greatly, they have demands for next time. As far as the pads are concerned, this is really our second time sending pads to these young women and girls. In November, in May of 2022, responding to the International Month of Menstruation, we did a small fundraising during which we were able to get about $1,000, 200, and we did send money to 2 different facilitators to procure pads for young girls. So some of these girls, when they got it at that time, they made it known that not all of them were able to get it. So we decided to make a second donation to them, so that some of the young girls who were not able to get pads during the May distribution were able to get it this time around. And they were very, very pleased and really appreciated the department. And of course, they're asking for different things next time. They would love for us to send them funds for them to be able to buy soaps and underwear. So we take all of these demands into consideration as we plan for 2023. I hope I answered your question.
Sure, absolutely, absolutely. Funny enough, I expected that. I mean, people would always want more, and it's really amazing that they appreciate it, and it came just when they needed it, like you say. It's always interesting having your department particularly organize these programs because it is always an opportunity to help the women, especially because that is where and also the internal, externally displaced like this time. But interestingly, your department is focused on women, like it says. You're the Secretary of State for the Women Affairs, Women's Services. So how has it been like in your department organizing programs like the one you just talked about? Now we were aware of it. The one you distributed parts to the ladies in most of the centers. How has your department been like, organizing these programs, and what usually, prompts each program you organize? Because every time it's for a different thing. What usually spurs it up?
Yeah, so we usually plan based on what is happening during the year. Um, the Christmas outreach is really something that we've done as since we became a department. It's growing. This is our very first time of reaching out to refugees in Nigeria. In the beginning, we were really bent on helping our IDPs. So we worked with the local government areas. So, for example, the very first initiative that we had, I believe, was in 2020. We raised funds amongst ourselves mainly, and we targeted IDPs, women that we know were really suffering, and we sent money to handlers to buy food for them for Christmas and distribute it. One thing is very clear now is that people are afraid. The IDPs are really afraid now to go take pictures and share with us. Most of the outreach we do to our IDPs now, they take the funds, they buy what they need, and some of them will send us audios or videos with their face protected, because the fear is that La Republique may have access to them and punish them for getting support from Amazonia. So we have grown with the years, and we try to spread our wings and help as many people as possible. Again, we are really we do our projects based on what is happening in the year. So we will probably do something based the International Women's Day is coming soon. We'll probably have to do something small, but that will benefit someone. And then we have, of course, the menstruation month is every year. And then we go towards the end of the year for Christmas. So those are the three main things. But there's one program that the Women's Department has had called Widows Empowerment Program. And that one, usually we need to solicit big sums of money to help our widows, our war widows, to empower them to be able to take care of themselves. So those are not usually small handouts for them to buy food. It's usually enough money for them to be able to operate a business to run. That is an ongoing project. And so I'm using this opportunity to shout out to all our viewers and listeners that you can always send a donation to the Department of Women's Services through our Amazonia Foundation. Just make it known that it's meant for the Department of Women's Service. There's a lot to do. I don't know if you're aware that one of the videos that we received from the IDPs was a father complaining that, yes, these are initiatives that help the women and the children, but he made a special plea: don't forget your fathers. And that was really touching to me when I looked at it the other day, because there are some fathers, our elderly brothers that are suffering, that also need support from the Women's Department.
All right, so now you have lots of plans, I can see, and of course, just like you've mentioned, this persons want extra things, which I'm sure that you're finding, or your department is looking for ways to be able to provide some of these their needs right now, because it's not just wants, some of these their needs. Now, in funding, how else? Because these are extra needs. Aside the ways you've been raising funds, for you to be able to carry out some of these projects. What are other options your department will be looking at in 2023 to raise much more funds to be able to do what's in your heart and to be able to put smiles on the faces of both the fathers, the girls and the widows and every one of them in large?
Well, thank you for that question. And that is what I'm about to say is something that I wish we had started a long time ago. It's a little bit difficult for us to really get as much money from the international community because that would have been the best source of funding to help our people. See, the Department of Women's Service is not a non-profit organization. We are just a government. But we found that it was a little bit difficult to make a non-profit organization that is managed by the Women's Department. So for that reason, we will have to partner with our Ambazonia Foundation and solicit funds from the international community. Because as it is, we have been reaching out only to people that are just amongst ourselves, we have to find a way to reach out to those who are non-Ambazonians more than to Ambazonians and share with them the plight of these women. So I have been brainstorming and I have come up with something that I will have to share with the department before I can go online or on ABC and talk about it. But there's a plan to see how we can get more money into the department and help our embattled people because this war that was meted on us by BIA in 2017 has created this mess, and it is not the people's fault. They are just suffering because of this, and we need to take care of them by all means possible. So we will have to find a way to get more funds than we are able to get from within our circles and branch out to international communities, to foundations that are international foundations to assist us. That is the goal for the department.
All right, all right. It's a great one, but you don't want to spill the cat out of the bag yet. That is very strategic. My patience, Obiedu. Okay, now according to the interim government report, we have more than 1 million displaced persons internally and externally. That will definitely require huge budgeting. Is your department factoring that out? And what about collaborating with HSS to achieve this duty? Have you thought of that?
Yeah. Yes, we really need to cooperate or collaborate with HSS. An ideal program will be something like adopting a refugee, one-on-one connection with a refugee, or adopting a student, where I take care of one refugee for the whole year. That refugee is my responsibility. So I think that is something that we can work with the HSS and come up with an elaborate plan where these people will feel that, yes, they have a bigger family out there and they are not lost. I'm sure the HSS has other things in mind, especially concerning educating our students, maybe I should say the Department of Education, working with HSS and the Women's Department, because the children are also suffering. They are some of them are not able to attend school because of lack of financial resources. So we haven't done that yet, and it's something that we ought to do, collaborate on a better means of assisting our people. And thanks for that challenge. We should take it very heartily.
All right, thank you so much, my patience of you.
All right. So before you go, I want to find out this evening, my patients, what is now you talked about school. School is an important factor in any child's or teenager's life. Um, what are the plans, as it were? You mentioned school, but you didn't give us an outline plan that your department has. I'm sure that not just your department, we still have the education department there as well. But from the mother's aspect, which is where you are coming from, before the funds are gotten, what do you think can be done to encourage learning take place? Learning can take place anywhere. It mustn't be in the four walls of a particular place. It can take place even, wherever they find themselves. So is there any method you would rather appreciate that they imbibe in this trying period?
Yeah, I think the challenge really is having the means to be connected to the internet, because for those kids that are not able to go to school, if we had the means of them having the possibility of connecting to the internet, there's a lot of learning that could be achieved that way. Children are very savvy and they learn very quickly. Unfortunately, we lost a very brilliant mind years ago, who had started a project of whereby we would end up donating computers to the different settlements and also help them set up internet connection and be able to have them educate themselves that way. So when you ask this question, it's something that we have to discuss some more with the Department of Education and Strategic Planning to see how eventually, when the funds avail themselves, we can help these young minds be able to grow intellectually. Some of them are able to go to schools and they may not have the funds to purchase learning materials. So something that we could do is, if possible, work with local businesses in Nigeria. Maybe make friends of Ambazonia that are Nigerians, and I'm just talking on the top of my head, but I think that those are potential things to do. Friends of Ambazonians that are Nigerians that have businesses in Nigeria, maybe do some sort of collaborative work with them where they can help donate books to our refugees and have them be able to have this material that they need for education, because not all of them are able to go to school. Some of these kids do not even have food to eat, let alone be able to go to school. So there's a lot of work to be done. And when you ask these questions, it just makes us more challenged to come up with a collaborative platform, HSS, Women's Department, and the Department of Education, and work a better plan for these children that are really suffering.
All right, my patience, thank you so much. But before you go, let's talk about the lockdowns and that will be starting from the 10th to 11th February, the genocide in Ambazonia. The themes are exposing the fraudulence of the 11th February and remembering all the massacres in Ambazonia. What can you say about this since we have you here? Let's just hear your thought on them.
Yes, quickly before I say that, I just wanted to mention that this Christmas outreach that we did to the refugees in Nigeria, we also had outreach to our people that are internally displaced. We also had an outreach to prisoners of war in Kondingi and in Bamenda. We also sent some fundings to some of our war widows and some of the wounded. And also IDPs in the Lion's Den. So we did reach out to people that are also in our territory. Now, to answer your question about this lockdown, I believe that the Department of Education and Strategic Planning, headed by Professor Epote, and the team are have planned an event on Saturday, which you have the flyer right there. Flyer on Saturday, February 11th, the fraudulent day in our history, to talk about why that day will not be recognized in our territory and will never be recognized in our territory. Incidentally, there was another infamous day in our history that happened on the 14th of February 2020, the Gabu massacre. So when we will be talking about commemorating the massacres in Amazonia, the reason is because the Gabu massacre happened on the 14th of February. So the themes for that event, exposing the fraudulence of 11th February, the so-called plebiscite and youth day, and also remembering all the massacres, but mainly the Gabu massacre. So we are inviting all Amazonians to join the town hall on that day, and the president will also be there presiding over that occasion. That is the goal is everybody should be dressed in black, because we are mourning. That is a day to mourn. So everyone should be dressed in black. And if you have candles, please bring candles. We'll be lighting candles for the departed souls. So it's a day that we should all come and remember why it is an infamous day in our history.
All right. All right, thank you so much, Dr. Abiedu. Thank you so much for being part of Undaunted News tonight. We'll just have to let you go, and I'm sure that subsequently would have you back, because I mean, Mother's Day is around the corner, and the Paddy demonstration day, part of the girl child, is also around the corner. So I'm sure we are going to see you in a short while. Meanwhile, we'll have to continue the news right after this break.
Thank you so much, sir.
Breaking news reaching Undaunted today, Monday, the 6th of February 2023, at exactly 6:30 p.m. That is Amber time. The almighty Bowie warriors under the command of Major General Talk and Do welcome La Republic of Cameroon terrorists into the land of no return, with 3 thunderous explosions and a message to some to deliver to Mr. Ikema, said, using the Akonolinga Express.
Well, the Bowie warriors, after learning of a new colonial deployment in Chobin Kumbo local government area, did not allow them to settle in. The Melim stretch became the new Waterloo as multiple large explosive devices detonated on targets, sending huge clumps of smoke billowing into the air. Immediately after the loud explosion came thunderous gunshot fire from multiple directions as the town went silent. The battered La Republic de Cameroon terrorists started burning houses around the area, but the warriors did not permit them. And that they also did not engage in gunfire exchange for at least 3 hours. Now, the warriors all finally returned back safe and sound, while many of the La Republic de Cameroon terrorists left without injuries. And they were asking themselves why they had to take such mission.
Well, the Bowie warriors are once again calling on all La Republic of Cameroon terrorist elements deployed in Bowie and Amazonia as a whole to hand over their weapons to the nearest Amazonian Restoration Forces base and be given a safe passage to a safe country. The Bowie warriors are also calling on all Amazonian people, friends and well-wishers, lovers of the sublime ideas of justice, freedom, peace, liberty, and independence to continue to support them so that they can continue to fight these terrorists until they capitulate and leave the territory of Amazonia. This is sent by Bowie security team. Stay tuned.
We the people, ABC Amber TV, Ambazonia Broadcasting Corporation. The voice of the voiceless, the voice of Ambazonia. connecting the world from Africa with untold stories, Africa's best.
And on the foreign scene, let's look at Biden's classified documents. Now, there are three basic levels of U.S. classification. The first is confidential, second is secret, and third, top secret. 4 unanswered questions about the Biden's documents. Now, in total, roughly 20 classified files were recovered between the two locations, reports CBS, citing a federal law enforcement official familiar with the investigation. Now, the papers only began to come to light in news report last Monday, but the first batch was found at Mr. Biden's formal institute, the Penn Biden Center in Washington, D.C., back in November. Now, that was days before the midterm elections, which saw Republicans narrowly winning control of the U.S. House of Representatives.
Now, on Thursday, it emerged that a second cache of files had been found on 20th December by Biden's aides in a garage in an adjacent room at his private home in Wilmington, Delaware. On Friday, as he hosted Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida at the White House, Mr. Biden ignored questions from journalists about the growing controversy. A day earlier, Mr. Biden, who has previously described his predecessor, Donald Trump's alleged mishandling of classified materials as totally irresponsible, told reporters the documents were found locked in a garage next to his 1960s Chevrolet Corvette sports car.
Now, who is the special counsel in the Biden's probe? Earlier in that week, House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer wrote to the White House asking whether the president's scandal-plagued son, Hunter Biden, had access to files at the president's Wilmington residence. Republicans are also calling on the White House to release visitors' log of Mr. Biden's homes, but the White House has refused to say if such information will be divulged. During his time in office, Mr. Biden has spent nearly 200 days or more than a fourth of his presidency in his home state of Delaware, according to an Associated Press tally, including a stay in Wilmington that particular weekend.
Now, Mr. Trump is also under investigation by the Justice Department after he kept more than 300 classified files, including some marked with secret and top secret designation at his Mar-a-Lago estate in Florida, some of which were seized by FBI agents executing a search warrant last August.
All right, and just after the break, we would be bringing you the editorial.
We the people, ABC Amber TV, Ambazonia Broadcasting Corporation. The voice of the voiceless, the voice of Ambazonia, connecting the world from Africa with untold stories, Africa's best.
In our editorial of tonight, we take a look at the recognition of Ambazonia with a title, Projecting President Sacco, Why We Must, by Bridget Moyang Fielding. Now, a masquerade's performance is usually a function of the amount of cheers and fouls it receives while it is in the arena. The absence of acclamation might be interpreted by the masquerade to mean poor performance, whereas the crowd was actually raptured, transported in a trance, trying to soak in the thrills. Some people are worried or have expressed worries about our holding up President Sacco like a banner. Some genuinely fear that we are turning him into a cult. Mostly those who do not like our lifting him up do so out of envy, wishing to be lifted up themselves. Remember the days of the Blue and White Army? Sacco's detractors coined the appellation Blue and White Army in a bid to deride him, to disparage and discourage those supporting him. They achieved the reverse as the interim government die-hard supporters adopted the name and made good use of it. How could these detractors have forgotten the blue and white or Amazonian national colors? Are we not all gathered under the flag to defend it? What then was wrong in being members of the imaginary blue and white army? There is wisdom in projecting a leader like President Samuel Ikome Sako during times like these. Which times? Tarh Paddy King said on his platform program on February 4th, 2023, that the interim government and President Sako are a nightmare to the enemy. President Sako is the dreaded masquerade of the Amazonian struggle. Proof of this is the difficulty of La République du Cameroon's agents and media to pronounce his name. They would rather project those amongst us they see to be pliable enough to handle, in preferring those Amazonians seek to be weak. La République du Cameroon has inadvertently advertised the interim government and Samuel Ikome Sako. It makes absolute sense to project our masquerade, for if we do not show the world how dreadful our masquerade is, nobody will fear it. Even children will stand in its way. Look at it in the face and smile instead of making way for it in awe. If Yawunde fears Sako, then we shall make sure that they see him in their dreams and nightmares always. That is how the fear of the interim government and Sako will become wisdom. There are two ways to enhance a learner's potentials: positive and negative reinforcement. A learner who is doing well needs positive appreciation to improve on good performance, but an underperformer may require negative reinforcement to wake him or her up from slumber. President Sako falls in the first category. By declaring and proclaiming what he has done, we encourage him. In so doing, we inform our leaders that his people are watching and taking note. In so doing, we let him know that we approve. In approving of his good works, the people let him know that he must not depart from the good path he has chosen. A good leader will be happy of such supporters. The same energy used to acclaim him will be used in the reverse order if he disappoints. You can imagine the outcome. When we carry President Sako's name like a banner, we'll let the watching international community know who our leader is. Doing so is countering attempts by the geopolitically driven international community and the enemy to elect and impose weak and dubious individuals on us. Remember how the French succeeded to impose Amadou Ahidjo and Paul Biya, very weak and dubious persons, as leaders of independent La République du Cameroon. We should not allow this evil fate to befall us. President Sako is a man of God. He knows the virtue of humility, and Bridget Moyam Fielding trusts that he will not allow all of our praises to get into his head. Thank God who has made him humble, for praise has the ability to corrupt and to blind men. Even then, we shall not stop praising him, our chief athlete, lest he grows faint and the wind drops out of his lungs. It is our duty to applaud him until he crosses the victory line, and our obligation to make sure that he does not forget why the cheering crowd is applauding him. We want him to be constant, steady, and steadfast till we reach Boya. Now, Bridget Moyang Fielding feels like cheering Comrade President once again and thanking God for him. His commitment by the grace of God is uncommon, unparalleled, and his wisdom is not of men. He seems always to be an edge ahead of his peers in everything that he has done. This constantly since he took charge speaks of God's grace upon his life. Now, Bridget Moyang has a prayer saying that he stays in this course and not waver. We will keep the drums and applause loud and rolling so that the president does not fail for want of encouragement. And with a laugh to the president, dance well Amazonian's masquerade in chief. Cardinal points from Ma Bridget Moyang Fielding as regards the recognition of Ambazonia and the President, His Excellency Samuel Ikome Sako. With that, we've come to the end of our editorial for tonight. If you want more of such enlightening articles, kindly visit our website at www.abcambertv.com for more. Subscribe, become a club member, and a part of this winning strategy. Find our payment details on your screen. I am Star Smart, reporting for Undaunted, ABC Amber TV.
All right, thank you so much, Star Smart, for the editorial of today. And let's go to sports. Well, Harry Kane says he has got plenty of goals to come. Now, this was after moving ahead of Jimmy Greaves to become Tottenham's Hotspur all-time top scorer. The England's captain scored his 267th goal for Spurs in the 1-0 defeat of Manchester City. Well, Gab Ellison has more.
Latest world sports. Football. Harry Kane. Tottenham striker overtakes Jimmy Greaves as Spurs all-time top scorer. Hurricane says he has got plenty of goals to come after moving ahead of Jimmy Greaves to become Tottenham Hotspur's all-time top scorer. The England captain scored his 267th goal for Spurs in a 1-0 defeat of Manchester City. Kane, 29, now wants to surpass Alan Shearer's all-time Premier League record of 260 goals. Alan has set the record to beat. I'll see if I can beat it, said Kane, who is on 200 Premier League goals. I'm sure he'll be watching, but I'm not sure if he'll be happy or not. I've got plenty of goals to come. I'm feeling good. Glenn Murray, a former Premier League striker with Crystal Palace, Bournemouth and Brighton, told BBC Radio 5 Live, "Strikers are greedy, he'll want more. The man in the sight will be a Mr. Alan Shearer, I imagine." Greaves, who started his career at Chelsea, scored 266 goals in 379 games for Spurs between 1961 and 1970. Kane made his Spurs debut in 2011 and has played 416 times for the club. Kane's finish in Sunday's game against City was typically well taken. Fired in low after he had been set up by Pierre-Emile in the box. When you look at the names who have been here to overtake Jimmy Greaves, one of the greatest to play the game, I'm extremely grateful, Kane told BBC Match of the Day. Kane is the third highest scorer since the Premier League was formed in 1992, after Shearer and Wayne Rooney, who scored 208 times. He has scored 17 league goals this season and 19 in total for Spurs. 11 more than the club's next highest scorer, Son Heung-min. Kane is also just one goal away from becoming the leading all-time goal scorer for England. He is tied on 53 with Rooney. "You make me proud." Kane was mouthed by his teammates after the final whistle before the player addressed supporters in an interview on the pitch. A message of congratulations from the late Greaves' son Danny was also shown on the screens. Later in the Tottenham dressing room with Kane still in a skit, he took a phone call from manager Antonio Conte, who missed the game after having surgery to remove his gallbladder. The Italian was heard saying, "You make me proud," to Kane in a conversation on a mobile phone. Basketball. LeBron James closing in on history as he moves 36 points from breaking NBA all-time scoring record. LeBron James finished with 27 points in the Los Angeles Lakers 131-126 loss to the New Orleans Pelicans Saturday, leaving the 38-year-old needing 36 points to surpass Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's NBA all-time scoring record. James struggled out of the gates but was able to finish the game strong, adding 9 rebounds and 6 assists in the loss. Lakers forward Anthony Davis finished with a team-high 34 points and 14 rebounds. There were a lot of cheers at the Smoothie King Center in New Orleans whenever James touched the ball. But fans will have to wait a little longer for the record to be broken. It is likely that James will achieve the historic feat before a home crowd this week. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's record of 38,387 points has stood for nearly 39 years. The Lakers' great overtaking Wilt Chamberlain on April 5th, 1984, before James was even born. In what is supposed to be the twilight of his career, James is enjoying one of his highest scoring seasons, averaging 30.1 points per game. James could break the record either on Tuesday against the Oklahoma City Thunder or Thursday against the Milwaukee Bucks. Both are home ties. Ticket prices for those games have predictably skyrocketed, with the NBA saying that any game where he has a reasonable chance of breaking the record will be broadcast nationally. Stephen Curry ruled out indefinitely with knee injury. Kyrie Irving reportedly set for Dallas Mavericks trade. Golden State Warriors guard Stephen Curry has been ruled out indefinitely with a knee injury. Curry limped off court during the third quarter of the Warriors' 119-113 win over the Dallas Mavericks after clashing knees with an opponent. He had an MRI on Sunday which confirmed he had suffered partial tears to ligaments in his left knee, as well as bruising to his lower leg. Curry, 34, will miss Monday's game against the Oklahoma City Thunder. In a statement, the Warriors said additional clarity on the potential timeline will be established in the coming days. He could also miss out on a 9th appearance in the NBA All-Star Game on 19 February, for which he had been voted in as a starter. Four-time NBA champion Curry had already missed 11 games this season with a partially dislocated shoulder. Gab Ellison reporting from Daunted, ABC Amber News.
heard, and with that sports report, we've come to the end of Undaunted tonight. But before we go, let's give a recap of our major stories.
The high cost of living in Cameroon has become a call for concern, was what we brought to you tonight. And the statement of the coalition of Cameroon federal groups. Belinga Amugu allegedly arrested for the gruesome murder of journalist Martinez Zago. And a breaking news from Ndu local government area, Donga Matum County.
All right, today on Undaunted, we told you that Yaoundé accuses Ambazonian liberation fighters of using IEDs. Also, corrupt colonial La Republic to Cameroon sentences former defense minister Mebe Ngo and wife to 40 years imprisonment. We also had an exclusive time with Dr. Patience Abiodu. And also today we told you about the 3 types of classified documents. And I'm sure that you now know. And in sports, we told you that Tottenham striker overtook Jimmy Greaves as Paul's all-time top scorer. And that was it for tonight on Undaunted, bringing to the news on Church Stories. On behalf of Michael Anchor, Smart, and the entire Undaunted crew, we say thank you for tuning in.
We'll leave you with ABC Amber TV images. Good night and God bless you.